Alright, hello! It is now week 2, which by the way just means like anything within days 8 and 14, not actual weeks. I'm gonna guess that week 2 is probably gonna be this week and next week until I scurry off to a new land, so there will be a short break where I won't be streaming as much. Later half of next week. But hello. Let me make sure everything's looking good. I'm gonna guess that week 2 is... Okay, that's loud. Okay, you know what, that's fine. I don't care. If my voice is like substantially louder than the music, that's okay. That's okay, we can work with that. Anyways, yeah, welcome. You know, I want to watch the whole music play out before I turn it off. Okay. Awesome. Well, welcome to week 2. I make content. I don't make content. I just make streams at this point. I will make content soon. But, yeah. Welcome back to, game development stream. It's been a couple of days. I decided not to stream on Saturday, and then Sunday I, of course, did my weekly Nimbus gameplay. Because every week needs a bit of Nimbus content. It's just gonna be the norm. But anyways, welcome. Today is gonna be a lot of game development stuff, as is the norm. So, before I actually start I want to do a tiny bit of yap before we get into things. One of the cool things is that we actually now have a GitHub page. The link is in the description. You can check that out. It's let me actually load it up on my browser and I'll show it off in a quick second. It's gonna be in light mode because can I turn on dark mode? Please let me turn on dark mode. Oh, it doesn't work? Hold up. Oh, okay, this is like the darkest you're gonna get. You're gonna get this weird high contrast mode. Whoopsies, I'm messing up all my tabs. So this repo is the JSON interactive engine. Also on my page, you can also see my my Scratcher Hunter if you ever want to play Scratcher Hunter. You can also play it at the itch.io link, but Scratcher Hunter, if you want to see all of the releases, you can play all of the it does not like that. You can play this version and all of the older versions. I'm so sorry it's in light mode. But with the JSON interactive engine, I did not turn it into an executable as of yet. It's a bit too early for me to really worry about making executables. I'll probably do that next week when it's a lot more polished and there's actually a reason to. But the actual game file is here. You can make your own executable yourself. And game files, I did include the one from last stream in there. So that one also has big defense and super evade skills that you can mess around with. And of course, all of the data in here so you can mess around with all of these skills and try things out on your own time. That's a pretty cool thing I made. I'm going to be updating this pretty much every day. Every day after the stream, I'm going to be probably making a new commit to this. I'll probably make branches when I don't have like I'll probably make the main branch be my stable, and then I'll have like one other branch which is just for every single stream event. So just like most recent stream thing will be a separate branch, and then main will just have other stuff in it. That's going to be how that plays out. But, of course, there's no reason in having a GitHub repo if you're not going to actually develop things. So that's what we're here for today. So, before we begin, I want to show off where we were last time. So, obviously we have disp unit. We can disp unit A1. You can show that A1 has a bunch of stats. We can also damage unit A1 and do some damage. And we can even do the opposite and do some heals, right? You can do some heals, and it does have bounds. It doesn't break itself. Very, very cool. And of course, we have scene. We can start new scenes, see what speed values everyone has, and then do some light reductions on them. So you can see just like that. Very nice. And then we can even use a skill, so then we can then execute skill. Maybe we go unopposed, A1 on E1, and it's just gonna be maybe since that was too light, it was the knife attack. And it does damage to E1, so now if we disp unit E1, you'll see they've lost a lot of stats, and it does factor in the resistances. Pretty cool stuff over there. And yeah, that's a lot of what we have at the moment. So now we're going to start working on expanding this, making this more automated. Automation will probably be at the end of this week, I imagine. Maybe like day 11, day 12 or something next week. I'm not sure. We're going to figure it out. But a lot of cool things going on. A lot of cool things to see. I hope you're interested and you are going to enjoy everything I have to show off. So with that being said, yeah, we can now begin with some development. So actually, last stream ended abruptly. It just kind of stopped itself. It was very, very weird. So the stream decided to kill itself last stream, and I never really got to finish what we were going to do last stream, which was actually going to be a very quick modification. In the console, we were going to make a new command, which was going to be showing speed dice, display speed dice. So now we get to make that. Now display speed dice is very simple. It's just going to be there's only going to be one arg, kind of like display skill, but instead of displaying, what is this? Instead of displaying a specific skill, we're going to display a specific unit set of speed dice, right? So very, very cool. So essentially what's going to happen is, I mean, there's a couple ways I can do this. I'll probably do this in the same vein as this, where every single dice gets displayed off of a skill, and like that I will display every single dice kind of in the same format. So if you saw, I didn't actually show it, I can do something like disp skill, and I'll do the knife attack, and it will display every single skill like this. So you can see every single dice. So if I go disp skill big defense, you'll see just each block dice. So each of these block dice will be a specific save dice. And this is gonna work a lot like disp skill. So what disp skill does is it says display, like for instance, I'll go to big defense. We go to big defense and it actually displays every single dice in big defense. It sees the big defense data, goes to the dice category, goes into this array, and then it checks each of these boxes here. And for each bar and each of these array elements, it is going to post what that is. What save dice is going to do is it's going to have a lot of the same data, but it's going to be in a different format. So what we're doing right now is we're doing disp skill, let's say hooligan, or let's do big defense. Let's say we're going to display skill big defense, right? That's what we just did over here, big defense. And you saw the 3 dice there. What we're going to do with disp save, that's going to probably be a disp save or something. Or we can do like save dice A1. What that's going to do is, well, big dice is basically going to print out like 0, big dice. It's basically going to print out any of this console information here. We're basically taking this big dice and we're looking for bigdefense.json, right? Which is in the actions folder, right? What we have here in save dice is we're looking for anything in A1's save dice array, which is going to have data like something like, for instance, big defense. Let's say big defense 2. Big defense 2 means it is the big defense skill, and it's index 2, as in index 2 over here. We go like 0, 1, 2, this dice from the big defense.json. So we are actually looking for actions slash big defense defense slash dice slash 2. This is the path we're looking for. We're basically looking for this path. And this is handled by the skill command, but instead of when we're specifically looking for data as in the action, and then we're looking for the dice data there. And all of this we're going to have to copy. So first thing there is going to be, I'm going to turn this into a separate method, which is going to be function display skill, display dice, display skill dice, and dictionary. The dictionary that we're going to use here is going to be specifically skill data, and then the int, and then we're going to have an index int. That index is going to be whichever index we're looking for in dice, right? So, and this is just going to return, this isn't going to return anything. So, we're basically going to take a lot of this data here. And it's for every single, so what D is here, D is specifically the value of the dictionary entry for that dice value, right? So we're going to do, so we're going to specifically fetch dice. So actually, I probably want to change this to where I actually do fetch from the entire actions tree here, just because it's a bit easier. I don't know. I probably want to do action like this. So we're going to take the action here, the action lookup here. If that action doesn't exist, then we escape, and we say that's not possible. And then on top of that, then we are going to fetch from data dice. So we're going to specifically do var dice list, and if dice list is not an array, so we actually want to check if it's not an array here, and then we return. Otherwise, then we are going to do var d is equal to array dice list, and we're going to get index 2. Or index here. So now, and then if dice list.size is greater than or equal to the index, then we also return. So the variable dice list, the variable d is now equal to dice list, and then we could basically just copy the rest of this data here. So this is all of the other dice print information that was there, that we already had. So that's cool. Now the only issue is I am re-looking up here. I am already like looking up here again. So I could maybe change this to be multifaceted, where if I give it a dictionary here, it will interpret that differently and skip this process, because like, this extra fetch here is kind of costly. Might be better to avoid that. So if I give data there, it won't do that. That could work. Yeah, I think what I'll do is action isn't typed, and then data will equal this if action is string, else data will equal action and then -1. Oh, you do have to put it in the same line, do you? Okay, cool. So then we skip a lot of that. If it actually is a dictionary, we should just be taking data 0 here. Then we don't care. Oh, what I can actually do here too is if index is -1, then it prints every single dice, similar to this for loop, right? Actually, let's do that. So instead, what we'll do is then let's see. I could probably recursive definition this, but meh. If index is under 0, then okay, so for I in dice list.size, right? So that's for every single index in this list, and we'll just do display skill dice with data 0, because data 0 would be that action value. It would be pretty much the exact, it would just be this element here. So it'd be data 0 and then the index I, and then after all of that we would return, and we would skip this stuff here. That should theoretically work. So if you do a negative value, it should be fine. What is then going to happen next is that I will now hopefully not break something by fixing display skill and then replacing all of this code here, right? I think, yeah, everything in this for loop has to go. So I will now remove this. I'm just going to save it elsewhere in my private Discord server, just so if I have to copy it back in. But here, what we can simply do now is I can now display skill dice, and it will be for the action, which is value data 0, and then the index -1, and then that should automatically process that. Let's see if I had some bad logic. Disp skill. If we do knife 1, something broke. Good to know. Things usually break like that. That's like kind of how things play out, you know. Sometimes everything doesn't work. So in that case, we'll have to change our... Actually, I think I can probably just diagnose what went wrong here, right? So action should be a dictionary, right? So I can probably... Okay, so I can probably here... If I print index, right? I mean, that should be fine. It will print every single index instance that has occurred here. And then if I do disp skill, or if I just paste, no prints, so we did not get to this point at all. So something went wrong, right? So if I print valid, let me print valid here. Okay, valid printed. So what does that mean then? So valid printed, that means that because valid printed, it is valid, but then what's happening now is it's going to take the action and then, which is a dictionary, and then search for dice entry. And if the dice list is not an array, then we return, right? It should be an array, right? If I search up dice, as in here, like for example bash, dice is an array, it will return an entry value, and we fetch dice from our JSON file. We should be getting this array value, right? The reason why we're getting 0th index here is just to give us the data, because we get a pair of data and state value, and we don't really need the state value because we need to make sure it's an array and not a dictionary. -1 state value could be a dictionary or an array, so we're cementing that this is an array, which is probably a bad issue on my part. Like, I probably should have made the state variable return also contain data on the type, but we can always just search up type like this. It's very simple. So size would obviously have to be greater than or equal to index, since our index is -1. So I'm gonna guess that we're having an issue over here, right? Let's see. Nope. Okay, so we're having an issue with... Let's see what dice list.size is, because this is an array. Oh wait, this is... Oh wait, no, this is if size has to be less than. So if it's oh, that's why I inverted the... I did in fact invert the logic there. Nope. This skill. Knife 1. Okay, does seem to work there. Very good, very good. And now when we go back to save dice, we can now do... So we first have to search for the unit, right? And this is very simple. I've done unit search a lot of times. I should probably just make a specific thing for this instead of having to constantly do this. Get unit from dice. Oh, it's from this thing here, yeah. Okay. But I can basically just use that same logic. I just have to change where it's getting the unit from, as is typical. Where did I go? Execute skill, execute dash. I've actually lost where it was. Hold up. Put dice away. Where did I go? Oh, I'm in functions now. That's where I am. Oh, I see now. If I go back to just say save dice, and I go here. Now let's go. So the variable unit is going to be equal to game manager dot unit list. I guess I can just do if game manager the unit that has, if it does not have the unit, which is going to be if it does not have args0 args1, then we return. Oh, we have to return. Which one was units does not exist? I should probably make an enum for this, because at this point I kind of need to make an enum for this type of thing. It's 3 for unit does not exist. Cool. I should definitely make an enum for that, but I'm not worried about that right now. I'm gonna gut a lot of this anyways in the future once I get everything. Like, once I know what I'm trying to make, I can start to fix everything to be more secure. Right now, it's a bit wishy-washy. Everything is right now. So wait, am I dumb? August 1. Oh, I keep spelling this wrong, that's why. So unit will then be equal to the unit list, the data value here, and then we can go to unit dot save dice, which is itself a packed string array, and each array value is that basically that file path we're looking for. So for dice in unit.save dice, and for every single one we are going to do display skill dice, the action, and then we'll just basically have to args would be equal, so dice args would be equal to d dot, I think it's split. Yeah, I'd have to do split. Hold on. Actually, how did I do this? I did this before already. I did this with deploying save dice here. So when I do create dice array, right, and it's checking for save dice, and I am creating the save dice, then we're gonna pause the string. Okay, how do we do this again? How did we do this again? Oh, we just added the dice, right? So we added each dice like this, and then when we execute clash, we get dice data, and then getting dice data is from this pass here. So we do dice pass like this, and then we can essentially just do that. Well, we're throwing it back in just because we're kind of messing around with that data type here. It's fine though. So dice cost is equal to that. If the size is not equal to 2, then we did something wrong. And then we just return. We can just return action does not exist, or invalid or something. I really need to make an enum. You know, I probably should do that. Dice does not exist is 4. It's okay though. We vibe with it. And then die data would then, we don't do die data, instead we just do display skill dice, and then the action is going to be dice pass 0, and then the other value is dice pass 1, which should be an int. Dice pass is literally here, what do you mean? Oh, it's die pass. I can't spell. That should work. Display save dice command should be functional now. That pretty much is everything I need here. And then I just go back up here. There's definitely a better way for me to do this, and I have to look into how I'm going to do that. I think I thought about it, and I'd probably do the same callable system that I currently have, but a bit different. I'll put it in front of this skill here. Save dice. And it's gonna be augprint. Basically the same thing as here, augprint, and then this is gonna be here. So we're just gonna use the unit color here, and then the error code is gonna be for display save dice command, just like that. So now I can go to save dice A1, or save dice A1, and there's nothing there. Now if I use execute skill A1 on E1 big defense on, if I do it on nothing, right, every single defense dice here is not been used. So if I do save dice A1, there are now three saved dice. Look at that, that's very nice. And now we do execute skill A1 on E1. And let's say I use a lot of big defense, right? This is like Yan fight levels of thing, right? And there's a lot of save dice being made. Now if I do save dice A1, that's a couple save dice. There's a couple there, right? Now if I do execute skill A1 on E1, let's say A1 uses save dice here, and E1 is now going to use knife 1, right? Okay, did I mess something up with save dice? Well, save dice is... Okay, there was another... Did I mess up the syntax with save dice? Oh, I have to do the array, right? Let's say I'm going to use 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. So, and then these should all get resaved, right? So I can go to execute skill A1, E1. Oh, no, not execute. Oh. Save dice A1. You can see there's less now. So if I keep doing execute skill A1, E1, and I do save dice 0, 1, 2, and then E1 is using knife 1, eventually, right, we'll use up every single save dice. And now we used up every single save dice. Now we go to save dice A1, and there's no more left. Now another thing too, right, is if I do save dice A1 and I use and I do execute skill A1 and A1 I murdered A1 too, by the way. What the? As soon as... What even happened here? Oh, this was just a bunch of stagger damage, right? A couple of the defense lost a couple of times. I mean, that's to be expected. Like, well, you can see like who won and lost that. If I do A1 and I do the super evade, right? If I do that super evade, right, you're gonna see... Oh, A1 and E1. You'll see that now if I go to save dice A1, you'll see that there's all these. Now if I use execute skill A1, E1, and A1 is now going to deploy save dice, and it's going to deploy save dice 0, 1, 2. And E1 is just going to use hooligan dash 1, right? So the evade is used recycled. It should be recycled, and then these three should now be safe. So if I go save dice A1, all three are still there. Perfect! Because save dice are recycled after winning. Evades are recycled. And I don't know if they actually move places. I don't know if it matters too much, but I guess a good way to check that would be if I change the super evade. Well, the first one only has a base of like, let's say base of plus 11, right? Actually, plus 11, plus 10. That's 9. Why not? Let's change things up a bit. Now if I go over here, I can now make game 817. It's already been like 12 days since I started this project. Even though it's like day 8, because I only count days that I actually do stuff. But you know. Go here. And then over here, and then if I do execute skill A1 on E1, and I do super evade on nothing, right? And now I go save dice A1, right? There we go. And now I say I do execute skill A1 on E1, save dice 0, 1, 2 on hooligan dash 1. Now if I go save dice here, the order is still maintained. Also, I'm going to take a screenshot for the post, because this is always good to show off. Let's see if I did execute skill A1 on E1, save dice 0, 1, 2. And let's say now this goes up against hooligan parry, right? So first, evade wins, but it doesn't recycle. And then you have the evade here. There should still be 2 left. That's what I'm going to guess here. And there are, in fact, 2 dice. The first one was used. Good, good, good. Now, what happens if I do execute skill A1, E1, and I just use save dice, and I only use the first save dice on dash 1. So the first dice is used. Does it get moved back? It does get moved back. Okay, interesting. So that's cool to see. Right, some other data there. So if you do want to use 1, it gets pushed to the end. That's fine, though, because you pick which ones you want to use anyways. So the city doesn't use them on a basis of which one was added first. It uses them on a basis of whichever one you decide to pick to use. So I'm fine with this. That doesn't actually matter. So you basically use the dice, it doesn't get used, and it gets thrown back in because of the recycle. Now what happens if I do execute skill A1, E1, and I throw the save dice, 0, 1, versus a super evade, right? So you can see that these evades clash each other, this evade beats this evade, but you shouldn't be recycling it anyways, it's just that there's one evade left. So if we go to save dice A1, you'll see they have nothing, and then we go to save dice E1, you'll see they have one save dice, which is that last dice. Very, very nice over there. So, a lot of good lessons that learned there. Awesome. Well, that's some good stuff there. Let's see. So, save dice are now working very nicely. So this is kind of where I wanted to leave off last week. That was basically last week's stuff. I guess it did take me about 30 minutes to develop, but it was also a lot of explanation, stuff, the app and all that. But pretty simple implementation, simple changes. Okay, cool. Now we can get into some fun stuff. The topic of today's stream, which was it's gonna be a much more interesting stream, right? This is gonna be a much more interesting topic. So far, we've been able to do stuff, right? We've been able to, who doesn't do stuff, right? Okay, that's like we can now, you know, do basic clashing, right? Knife on knife, and you can see that they do their whatevers. Clash win, tie, clash win this way. Cool. But you might notice something. If you go to this skill and we go to the knife attack, you'll see that it inflicts burn. What do we not see here? Burn. Because we haven't actually done any of this, right? We're basically just reading in these base values, and then we just avoid everything else here. We have not looked at any of these functions. So this is the fun part, right? Now we're gonna get on to what is gonna be essentially the biggest part of this system: tags. And tags are basically prompts to do something, is essentially all they are. So if we go to Stars of the City event manual here, you'll see that if we go into the combat system, there is a bunch of tags. These tags are what we will be implementing. We will be implementing some of them today, not all of them, because I'm also, probably at the end of today, I'm going to start working on rewriting the data tree. This data tree is going to get rewritten by today or maybe tomorrow. I haven't been pushing it off because it's going to be a very painful thing to tackle, and it's going to uproot a lot of stuff. I'm going to have to refactor everything. Obviously, the more I code, the more technical debt I'm going to have to fix up later, but I kind of don't want to worry about it when I still don't even know what I want out of the recreation yet. I obviously want to make this kind of a resource rather than a just a generic global, right? Having this as a global kind of sucks, although there is some utility for having like global calls and functions here. But that's besides the point. That's going to be something we get to as needed. So skill tags, we're going to be focusing on hit first, right? And also statuses too. Actually, yeah, statuses is something that I might want to do, but I think the first thing we want to do, right, is on hit deal 2 stagger damage. We should be seeing a bonus 2 stagger damage. That's something we should be able to see. So, how are we going to do this? This is when we get into functions and we get into the actual usage of having this entire functions thing. Right, we've kind of just been coding things for the sake of coding. We've basically just been doing whatever we want, however we want, and not really caring about the end result as long as it functions. Well, we care about the end result, we don't care about like the process there. We now need to care about the process, right? Because what did I click on? At the end of the day, we're here to make these JSON files work. And we've basically been ignoring this. We've been saying that's our data. Like, we've been basically acting like this is our data, when in reality this is our data. We have this hit tag that we have not used. Likewise, all these burn inflictions, right? We can't do burn infliction just yet, but we will be getting to that. And actually, the first part of this is going to be something called the callable thing, the callable system. Not really callable system, but more just the JSON function reader. And this was something we discussed. Let me pull up the file. This one right here. This is it's called I need. The file is called I need this for a very simple reason. This is what we're making today. We are going to make a function called call, and basically I will give it a string, which is the name of the function, and a dictionary, and it will go through a case system where it will now check, like for example, status inflict. Right? That's our JSON. We've seen this before in the knife skill. Hit on hit. There's a function call called status inflict. Now these tags are going to work a bit differently. I'm not sure if I'm going to make them also function calls. They probably will be function calls. Yeah, there could be a function call where like where it's just going to be a bunch of things inside. Technically hit should be an array, right? Hit should be an array, I think. Because it's hit is going to cause a list of things to pop out. Instead of, you don't really args, so I might change that. I probably should change that. Hold up. I have to think about that. Give me a moment to think about that. We'll circle back on that one, but first, status inflict. So, hit, let's actually say this is an array, because this probably should be, yeah, I think I'm going to say this should be an array. It's an array of things we want to, oh, that's why. Yeah, I think, okay, so my thought is, if it's a dictionary, then that means there's only one call. In the future, we will have an array of dictionaries, right? We'll in the future have this, which is kind of disgusting to look at, but this is kind of a system I like, because the dictionary then holds the value within it. Like, the only key in the dictionary becomes the name of the value. It's a bit of a scuffed system. Like, I could also just like have like a better system, like name a function and then args or just like any other key value, but this gets complicated. So I kind of been using this a bit wackier system. The object nesting just kind of helps with some of what I want to do here. So here's how this goes, right? So let's not worry about hit right now. Let's worry just about status inflict. So you can see here, what we're looking at here is we call status inflict, and the dictionary args is anything inside status inflict. The status inflict, so it's basically key value. That's all this is. The key is a string, which is the name of the function. The value is the dictionary, which is all of the arg values that we are passing in. We now match the name. If the match exists for the key value, so example status inflict, we are now going to go to the status inflict function, which is here. I don't know why it's called the status inflict fun. I mean, status infliction is very fun, you know. And then we are going to do args.get each of these. And what these are is, this should probably say status is bird, but you get what I mean, right? I'm actually saying this now. So each of these args.get, why is it called args.get? I don't know why this is. Oh, this is the dictionary, right? So we're gonna get this value. Oh wait, I think I coded this wrong. Did I? Oh wait, hold up. Brain is thinking. Oh no, this is the default value. That's why this was like this, right? So the default value, if there is no status, right? So we're looking for if there's a status infliction. That's gonna be the key we're looking for key status. That's our burn. So you can actually order these in any order you want. I give you that permission, right? And you can also remove certain args, right? So if count isn't decided, like if I just say inflict status burn, it will just inflict burn. If it doesn't know how much burn to inflict, it inflicts one burn. Cool thing there, you can actually decide your defaults here. Now going into here, default, data.search file, functions, name. And this is in the case that the function isn't predefined. We can now search for the file of functions, which is in our game file. I don't have any made yet, but when I start making them, you'll get that opportunity, right? Something like status inflict is something that's going to be a predefined function because this is specifically interaction with where is it? Units, and specifically the unit status dictionary here. And you could actually, my goal is to make it so you could actually make the status inflict command without any of this predefined stuff. Because all you're doing is you're just adding an entry to this dictionary. That's all you're doing. So it actually doesn't need to be predefined. And that's the goal, right? The goal is to make it so like a lot of basic interactions with the data, right? Like adding and removing entries, editing the entries, turning like an int here into a dictionary, seeing if it's into a dictionary in here. All of those are going to become functions, right? I'm going to make custom functions that interact here, and maybe even like things like min and max that are like pre-built Godot functions. I can just push into this system, right? The only thing is that I do kind of need this validate thing, right? So validate is the next part, right? I actually ensure that whatever value gets spit out here, right, is actually a type that I can work with, right? So my variants here, I have to make sure that they actually can work with, whoa, where am I? That they can actually work, like, is burn a string, right? You have to make sure burn is a string. And that's kind of what we're doing here. So let's actually implement this. And this is going straight up to the top because this is the most important stuff in the system. I don't know why roll had to be the highest command here, but it was the first command we ever made. The roll command, such a useful command. It's actually one of the best ones, just because it's like literally like the basis of everything. But like, for example, right, this roll command here, I can go into yikes and I can say on hit for whatever reason. If I feel like it, on hit I can now do roll, and then I can, with roll I can do a power, and then power is 3, and then base is 2. And you might think, why would you ever do this, right? Why would on hit roll? This changes nothing. And you'd be right until you're wrong. Because let's go to something like burn. Oh, not burn. I deleted burn. We can open it right back up. Let's get burn open again. You might see here. What is this? Is this nested functions? Yes, nested functions. So this is gonna be the fun part. Which is if the arg ends up being a dictionary. If the arg is a dictionary, and it's not the type, if the type is a non-dictionary value, and the arg is a dictionary, where the dictionary size is 1, as in the only key in the dictionary is the name of the element, right? So this is actually why hit. This should be an array, but since there's only one arg here, I kind of made it a dictionary. But like, if the dictionary has one arg, which is the name of it, right? One single key. The string key is that value, right? It is the first, that one key value. And we are going to call that function. And that is going to be what we return. I actually didn't put it in here, but we should theoretically be returning the validation of that call here, right? If it is the type, right? If it is the type, right? If it's null, then it would actually return null. And that's what happens here. So we can now chain. So set stack is like, what did we set in the stack to? We're setting it to the divide value. What is divide doing? It's dividing values 1 and values 2. What are values 1 and value 2? Value 1 is, oh, it's the function get attribute stack. Value 2 is 2. So setting stack to the stack over 2. Now this is a very long-winded way of doing simply having the stack, but it's actually a very nice system because this is very malleable, very flexible, very useful in fact. So this is what we're working with. So we're just going to be implementing this, and then we're going to start working from there. So function call, string name, and well actually, does that syntax even work? I don't think the syntax even worked. I think it actually hates that. So it's name, string. I'm so used to like Java and C type syntax that I always mix it up. Yeah, especially when I'm doing pseudocode. And then we'll do match name, And then case, let's actually do first, the first case will be, let's make the first case, deal stagger, right? Let's do deal stagger. We'll probably remove deal stagger and change it in the future, but here's deal stagger. And we're gonna get to this in the future. And then default case, so the default case, we're not gonna worry about default case. Default case is very complicated and I don't know how to deal with it yet. So, oh, could I put case? That's why. I'm dumb. I'm still living in Java land. That's all function this function is. Function signature doesn't match the parent. Oh, it's called already a predefined function. It is. Wait, you can do that? Wait, you can already do that? I did not actually. Wait, hold up. I didn't actually know you could already do that. Well, that actually changes a lot. Hold up. See, I don't know Godot very well, so like things that I just like defined something that already existed. I'm mildly silly. Calls the method on the object and returns the result. The method is supposed to convey arguments. The parameters can be passed to comma separated list. Wait, that's so cool. Wait, that's actually awesome. Hold up. Always returns no, not the method. Call deferred. Interesting. Oh, that's the call deferred stuff. Oh, I've used that before. I didn't know this existed. Wait, this actually changes a lot. That's awesome. Hold up. That's crazy. Okay. So some of this stuff already exists. The thing is, right, we do have to do validate arg stuff. We do still need to do validate arg because we're basically going to be doing like this repeat call thing. But like, are we? Wait, this actually changes a lot. I have to think now because this actually solves a couple issues. Well, it doesn't solve all the issues, right? So, what happens if this it doesn't say here what happens if the call doesn't exist? In C# method must be snake states when referring to built-in Godot methods. Prefer using names that expose the method name. Next, names exposed in the method name has to be allocating these three names on each call. Hold on, is there more data on this? Because like I don't know what happens. What does happen when this doesn't exist? Hold on. This does actually change a lot. Can you not like, okay, you can't like mass, ooh, this is actually a big issue. Because like now I realize that a lot of what I'm doing here actually does exist. So, hold on, let me test something real quick, right? So, hold on, this means, right? Let me do something real quick. If I go to console, and I go, so I can actually basically make all these call the thing, and I can change the call to do the args print. Ooh. Okay, this actually does. This does change so much. I can compress code, and well, the code compression isn't always necessary, but stuff like this, where it just becomes like a long laundry list. This is a very helpful. I'm gonna have to really research this. I'm gonna really have to research this after this stream. Can I just call? Can I just like, okay, hold on. I'm gonna do roll command. I'm just gonna do roll command. I'm just gonna print. Or I'll just put it in game manager. This is like the better way to do things, right? If I go here, this is where, I think this is where everything gets finalized, is it? Here. So let's print call. Oh, do I have to do functions.call? I'm guessing I have to do like functions.call, and then I have to do calling roll, I'm guessing. and I can call roll. So let's see, if I call roll with value 5, right? For some reason, this one needs an int. I'm gonna change this so like the base can be 0 by default, because like it really should be. How like base default should be 0. So roll 5, roll 2, 10, I mean, also, and then roll. Let's see if I don't give it any args. How does it break? And if I do, roll, then I do 5. How does that actually work? I never realized this was a thing. This actually is a mind breaking. Okay. So, if you don't give the correct number of args, it will break. If the function doesn't exist, does it also break? Yes, it does also break. Okay. Cool. The thing is args is supposed to be a dictionary. Yeah, this is a big change. I'm genuinely confused in how I want to treat this. This changes so many things. I did not realize. See, this is Scratch developer brain, right? I've been developing Scratch for so long. I didn't even know you could have this stuff be pre-built by an engine. And I'm just like reinventing the wheel. Every step of the way, I'm reinventing the wheel and realizing that this stuff already existed. And I'm like, what? You already did this? I can have this for free? Wow. Wow. I'm like genuinely shocked. I'm genuinely shocked that already existed this whole time. What? Okay, so let me think, right? So if I do call, but I'm like, can I overload the method, right? And call, is there, I don't know, is there like a super.call? Can I do like super.call type of thing? Okay, super is a keyword, so there's a thing. I don't know if maybe. Cause I'm kind of thinking like I run the call method and I make it like a safe call. Cause like at the current moment, this isn't a really safe thing. There's a lot of, let's see, can I get actually Godot call function object? Let's see. Callable. I don't think this is what I want. I don't think this is what I want. Represents a function. Hold on, this is kind of useful. Interesting. Hold on. Oh, so then you can just turn the args in here. Interesting. I'm not too familiar with lambda functions, but this is I'm just reading now because this is like so interesting. I need to. Maybe I don't try and do this today. Like what else can I do? Because I need to like actually like read the docs now and like actually like use my brain. I'm like, hold on, this is actually some revolutionary stuff for me. I have realized that the wheel has been invented for 5,000 years, and now I have to wrestle with this information about the fact that the wheel has been invented for 5,000 years. Huh. Here's street is a key. Interesting. Interesting. This is like literally what I'm trying to make. Like what? Which is some degree it's cool trying to create myself, but I'm like, wow, this is like probably better than what I can make. All the issues I have to now do arrow handling, right? I don't really know how you do arrow handling in Godot. I've been kind of just like making sure I don't actually have arrow calls at all. Yeah, now I really have to think. I have to like use the brain now. What? Is my brain built for this? Okay, so what I'm looking at here, right, is you can make a callable self. I'm not sure what the self value is. I'm guessing it's just like within this scope. This is like kind of the same thing as the object call thing. It's kind of the same. Interesting. I don't know what I'm looking at here. So this is some interesting syntax here. So you're connecting the function here. This is a very simple, it's a bit too simple, but I don't really see what's actually going on fully. I can understand this example, but I can't understand like, the underlying why this is actually happening. Which is kinda... What? I need like messages of... I need like stop messages in my doorstep. What is this? Okay, so you can callable create the dictionary and then clear. Are callables like safer? Signal callbacks. Ooh, interesting. Oh, because then you can... I'm not sure I fully understand this. I don't even know what unbind. That does not make sense at all. Oh, you unbind OG1. Weird. That's very weird. What? Okay, so you bind OGs 3 and 4, unbind 1. That does not make sense. That's some interesting stuff that I've never seen before. That I really have to figure out how you actually use that properly. I don't know how you use that properly. Is my statement on that. I don't know. So we're gonna I'm trying to think how I want to approach this. So if I make, so let's first check if I do. Okay, so we're gonna keep this here because what we're gonna do is we're gonna try and change the call command, right? So functions call and call UGS method, which is string name. Interesting how they use the term method here. I thought they used function, so I was like, huh. And then UGS array, and it returns a variant. Wait, is this... Wait, what is string name? What? Method call overrides a method from native class object. This won't be called by the engine. So I can't do that? I guess I just like don't... What even is a string name? Immutable strings. Oh, automatically be converted. So if I do like, let me call it call J because it's called JSON for now, and then just doing this. So this should work, or even just do call. But I have to do an arrow handle. How do I actually do arrow handling? Hold on. Let's see. Okay, there is an arrow handling system, so that's if they return error. What? Yeah, I'm not sure I'm understanding this. It just feels very different from what's going on right now, which is just like things that don't work. I don't know. Error code, but like, that's I'm not okay. I'm looking at okay, well that does not exist. That's not helpful. I don't know how to avoid the arrow handle issue here. I'm not seeing anything specifically on arrow catching stuff. Okay, they're saying like, okay. Instead, use like I'm only hearing. Instead, use the return values to catch. But the problem is like the call function doesn't seem to like that. That's kind of my issue, right? Like this is all the data I get for the call method, and the problem is that as soon as this thing fails, I don't have a way to prevent it from failing. I don't have a way to check does this method exist. I'm not seeing anything on that. I'm not seeing anything on does this method exist. Like, can I just like search up check if function exists? If function exists for call? Cause like, that's what I'm trying to figure out. Has method. Is that actually a thing? Okay, there is a has method. There is a has method, so that's good. Has method, string name. Okay, so if it has method, then we can do that. So actually, we can change this up a bit, right? So, now that we have had this little sidetrack of how do I handle this, we can now talk about how we're going to fix this. So this was our old thing, right? And the issue was that call already exists. So what we're actually going to do is we're going to do function JSON call, right? Do you want to call it JSON call? I mean, JSON call is what this is, right? Dictionary args. You can call it a J call because it's a JSON call. So J call, string name, dictionary args. And what we're gonna first do is we're gonna first check, hey, okay, actually I can just type this in the actual engine. Why am I doing this? Call J, or J call. I'll do call J, maybe. Call J was what I already did anyway. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna change this up a bit. We're gonna do call J, takes in the name, which is a string, and it takes in a dictionary of args, and args, which is dictionary. And this isn't going to return anything explicitly. Does it return anything explicitly? Should it return anything explicitly? Yes, it should. It will just return a variant of whatever happens here. Well, I won't specify the return just yet, but what's going to happen here is when the first, what we first want to do is we want to run it through the call system, right? If we can actually call the function, then we should be fine. But the issue is turning the dictionary of args into an array. That's our issue, right? Our system works with the idea of flexibility and not specifically an array of args. We're using a dictionary of args, and the issue is knowing where that dictionary is supposed to go. So the problem with the call system that Godot already has in place that is very good is that it assumes that I am giving it an array of args. The problem is I'm using a dictionary, and I can change it to an array of args. I could. That's an option. That might be a better option. I don't know. Right? This is a really tough question of how do I want to handle this. Because, okay, so let's think about this, right? Let's use the brain for once, right? Let's take this for instance, right? This whole jargon, which is the set stack command, I could theoretically rewrite this as set stack, and then in the but then the problem is in the array of args, I would then have the object, which is divide, right? The object of divide. Although set stack is a one arg thing, so anyways, I don't know. What am I trying? I'm trying to think about how I want to handle this. So this is uncovering issues, right? Because set stack anyways was only divided with one arg. So if I turn this into an array of objects, right? So theoretically, if I turn this into an array with an object that is divide, one object is divide, and in divide is an array of values, with the first value is our v1, which is going to be the object get attribute stack, and then v2 is just the value 2. That is another option, because anyways here I coded this wrong, right? Like, set stack has multiple args. The issue is I go into here, although because set stack doesn't have the arg of divide, so I actually did the syntax wrong here. And I guess the benefit of the arrays is I do get to specify my structuring. Interesting thought. This might be smarter. This could probably be smarter. This probably is smarter. Curious, right? Very curious. So if I do this system, right? If I run with the system, I think this is better. No, I think that arrays might be better. Like, I wanted to use objects because I can specify, like, key values of, like, instead this would be like the arg would be called set stack, and it would be amount. But then I'd have to, like, here it says like I have to specify this is amount, and it's another object anyways. Like I actually made a mistake here, right? This is supposed to be the amount entry, which is then divide. This actually keeps like the same amount of I'm keeping the same amount of like indent depth. Like this is 1 2 3 4 5 1 2 3 4 5. My amount of indent doesn't change. Like that's actually the issue, right? Is my indent doesn't change. I still have the same amount of indent. So this is a really pressing issue. A very pressing issue indeed. Because if I go with arrays, right, that's a very good system, right? Arrays are good. The issue is then you have to look up what args you're trying to put in. If I use the dictionary system, you're always specifying what arg goes where. If you make a mistake on your syntaxing order, you're fine. You don't have to have a bunch of dead space array values. Like I can put defaults in any order. You can always have a default in any slot you wish, and the system will find a workaround. Although I guess like in some instances, like having a dead value, like a null string, is gonna cause issues no matter what. So then that would be at the basis, at the determination of the user and the developer of the game file. Yeah, like I think overall array kind of wins out here for compression, because I don't have to define every single array thing. I don't have to define every single I don't have to make a giant list, right? The issue with using dictionary value is I have to make a laundry list of every single method I have made and make an arg system with arg names, which will never always have the correct semantics. This, yeah, I'm gonna change. I'm going to pivot. We are going to pivot, and we are going to use arrays. We are going to make a major change. So let's actually refactor our code, refactor our JSON code, because this is a major change I'm making, but probably a better one. So, conditions, right? Conditions, this is conditions, these are different tags. So used offense is an array. The first one is deal damage, and it is going to have an array of args. The only value is going to be the object, which is going to be get attribute stack, because anyways this was incorrectly written. And then here we have change stack, which is going to have the array of -1. Now this is an interesting thing, right? So the issue here was that I was actually using like single arg commands. I was able to define them like this. I guess this was fine, but like this was how it should have been, because it's change stack and the only arg is -1. If it's a single arg command, like I see what I was doing with like the single int here, but it just got confusing. Maybe I'll make future optimization, which will permit change stack -1, but we shouldn't focus on that now. We need to focus on a functional system that follows the most strict and most and the easiest to code, easiest to logic, strictest system that achieves the result we want. And then we can give more freedom and more interpretation as we realize how we want this coded. The issue is I do not know what I want out of the system yet. I'm trying to figure out how to code this. And getting caught up in these edge cases is bad. We have months to figure out how to properly define everything. We don't need to fight over whether this -1 should be encased in array or if it can stand alone. Because that is an optimization of like 2 lines of text and readability, sure. But in the grand scheme of things, is functionally the same and doesn't matter right now. And we can backwards compatible later. Because -1 on its own means nothing in this case. It would actually cause an error as of now, and that's okay, because we're not going to care about that. That's a different issue. End scene. So all of these blocks here, all of these dictionary blocks are basically just method, and then it's array thing as a value, right? So each call here, and then this one has the object of get attribute stack. So every single object here, and I could even just encase them like this, right? Like I could theoretically encase them like this if I wanted to. It'd probably be a bit sketch to do this, but like that is the code block of get attribute stack. These are basically code blocks. And this is a good point. What I want to do is I do want to make a block-based coding system with this JSON format. Because if you don't know, Scratch itself is just JSON. Scratch is JSON code that is interpreted into JavaScript. That is all Scratch is. And it's a very interesting way to code. And I actually really like it. Like, I honestly, like, to some degree, I really enjoy Scratch. Because Scratch in itself is a very interesting thing of this, pipeline of, like, code interpretation from a more visual system into a functional system. Now, the issue is they use, like, they use JavaScript, and it's, like, sluggish, and Scratch itself compiles, like, just-in-time compiles its JavaScript with the JSON, and it's incredibly slow. It's terrible. Even Turbo will have bottlenecks on you sometimes. But the idea in itself is very cool. And for this JSON system, like you will see in a couple months, I will probably start a side project satellite to this main system, which is turning this JSON system into block-based code. Because why not, right? Why not? Like, I'm just saying, why not? Yeah. Now, okay, so, a couple other discussion points that I want to, like, take note of. A couple other things I should probably mention. So, when we look at this, right, max stack gives you an object. So this is kind of what I was doing with the arguments here. But parameters for a object, I'm going to run differently just because it's like a kind of a separate deal. So I'm going to keep this the same. Max stack is this function block, which is the function of add, and it has 2 parameters. The parameter 1 is 5, and parameter 2 is the object, which is getParent, which is going to go into the object of getStatus. And this is the 2 objects. Well, this is, because these are not objects. These are not, this is 2 values. So the status is fragile, and the attribute is stack. We are getting fragile and stack. Now, I might change how this works in the future, but this is approximately what I'm trying to do here. So this is essentially what I'm trying to create, right? We're trying to create this system over here. Very cool, very cool. Yeah. Awesome. So, that's pretty nice. And, okay, let's continue onwards. Dealing damage is the object. So yeah, this actually helps with readability. When you see array, that means args. When you see a object here, that means it is a function call. Very good, actually. This is actually better. I enjoy this. Deal damage is the object, get attribute stack. And then here, set stack is going to be And then it's going to be the object. So set stack. Okay, so set stack does need to be an array with the object of divide. And divide has two parameters. One is the object get attribute stack, and the other is 2. Awesome! This is a bit different now. It's actually a bit cleaner. There's not as much like word text in your face. This is kind of good. I enjoy this. Burn here. End scene is a list of function calls. One is get damage, and it is going to get damage by the object, which is get attribute stack, right? I'm gonna make sure I do everything here correctly. Alright, get parent here needs to be the parent is, oh right, I don't know how I'm gonna do. I'm gonna deal with bleed later. So brain thinking, right? Brain moment. We're adding 5 to the function, which is get parent. So what I probably should do here is I should probably do like an actual like character search, like the actual file search here. I'm gonna work on this later. We're just gonna set this to 0, and I'm gonna deal with that later. It's not an issue for today. Not an issue for today. So, deal damage by this. Min stack 0. There's no max stack. Set stack. So then the set stack is going to have the parameter list here, where in set stack is going to be set to the value oopsies. Set stack is going to be set to the value of divide, and divide arg1 is going to be get attribute stack, and arg2 is going to be 2. And I probably could just condense these. If I were to okay, hold on. Let's actually test something real quick. So this is like, if I, okay, let me remove this. If I make it like exposed like that, oh, whoa, change this over. Don't do that. If I take this and I compress it, right, what would the compression look like? Theoretically. And it would be, so conditions, end scene would have this array. First one would be this object of deal damage. And this is the arg, get attribute stack. This kind of looks a bit sloppy though. That's was kind of my concern with like how sloppy this looks. And it does kind of look a bit, it does look kind of weird. I don't really enjoy how this looks. I'd probably collapse these two on the theoretical concept here. But this is kind of a bit messy. This is a tad bit messy. I don't like this specifically. Like theoretically I can do this. I can actually, honestly, like this, I can kind of see it looking kind of nice. It's very weird, and I think when you re-export, this would all break. All of this formatting would break as soon as you try to re-export. Honestly, looks kind of nice. I kind of like how this looks in comparison to this. Like, these are some, like, really massive, like, indentation sprees. Very hard to really get a grasp on. But this is a bit neater. You can actually really see the train of thought a bit more. Like this is kind of hard to read. This is actually a bit easier. It's a bit more snug. I could see it like on bigger things. Like maybe, let's see, I make knife can probably be a bit hard to read. Also, oh man. So something like hit too. Hit is going to be a function, and it's going to be a function which is probably going to call a lot of functions. The arg list here on the hit arg list is actually just an arg list of what functions I want to call. That's kind of what it is. It becomes a sequence. So I'm actually going to make a sequence command soon. And sequence is just going to call every single arg as a command. It's kind of the concept. Oh, I messed this up. That's why this looked a bit awkward. Are we okay here? Are we good? Are we still broken? Where are we broken? Oh, are we broken here? Oh, hold up. Brain is not working today. I mean, Brain is kind of working. Brain is trying its hardest. You know, you gotta give Brain some respect for trying as hard as Brain does. So you can see it is a lot bigger and it's a lot less text heavy at least, but it's fine. I'm not sure if I'm fully on board with the structure, but it is kind of working out. But yeah, something like hit here, what I would probably do is I would probably like, data condense this into like something like this. Theoretically speaking, like this would be how I would do it. But for the time being, I'm not going to do that. I know this is not going to be something that's going to stay put. Godot JSON's going to scrub that formatting away. It's going to suck. But this is better. This is in fact better. Now to fix the hits on test skill, because test skill also has the same hit methods. You can see this is very compact. This is very exposed and like very sparse typing. Yeah. So, we're making some progress. Args is now no longer a dictionary, but an array. This is a very, very interesting development, indeed. Brain is trying its hardest, you know? Brain is trying its hardest. I'm gonna finish up the stuff I'm drinking right now. And grape juice that my mom keeps buying me. Usually it's water, but you know, I have to eat all the stuff that was bought for me for whatever reason before I escape this house. So be it, I guess. You know, I do kind of find it funny how the scroll bar and the highlight bar are almost perfectly synced. I mean, just this 256 lines is like just enough to keep these about perfectly synced. Just a food for thought compared to console, where it doesn't play so nice. I don't know. Random thoughts I had. My brain is really hard at work trying to mentally extrapolate everything. I think we're starting to get there, though. We're starting to get there. We're starting to get an idea. I think this Call J stuff would probably take us to the end of the stream, just because of how complex it is. There's a lot of moving parts here. It's really hard to decide where everything is going to play out. So we're just going to kind of keep thinking and keep failing, you know? Let's go. So, we are going to use the method checker thingy. Where was it? There is a has method function. So if you see it has method, all of this stuff, right? Even like all of these like cancel free, can auto translate and stuff is part of this. Do I just do like functions.has method, or does this still give me the same list? It does give me the same exact list. Okay. So there's gonna be some methods that won't stay so nice because you know things, but stuff like roll speed, roll die, and all that will work. Now something that is gonna come out of this is I might change how I write methods, right? Because you'll see in here, in knife, I do capital S, capital I, status inflict, not status inflict, but status inflict, if it is important. But that might change how I might actually have to like cap case. What is the casing called? It's not camel case. This is camel case, I think. But what's the one where the first letter is capitalized? I don't remember it. I know there's snake case or underscore. I know there's camel case, but I don't know what else there is. There's a lot of casing and things. So we check the method by the name, right? If it does exist, then so then we check if has method. Is there other like method stuff like method args and all that? Because how do I check how many args the method needs? Let's see. Actually, I just have the object. I kind of like reading the docs on the website more. I don't know why. I just kind of do. The array of dictionaries. What is the array of dictionaries representing the arguments? Interesting. Oh, I'm guessing it's like key value, because the key is, oh. Is there a get method? Okay, there's get method argument count. Okay. Which gives you the amount of args. Why does it have to be an array of dictionaries? So I have to find the value. Why couldn't it just be a dictionary of dictionaries? Like literally, like why couldn't this be a dictionary of dictionaries where each entry is the name of the method? But okay, sure. I guess. But I don't see a specific get method, right? I can't just like find the index for myself. Like getting the index of the method doesn't seem like it's that simple. Because has method returns true or false, right? Yeah, it doesn't like return the method at me. Can translate, connect. I don't even get method list, and then from get method list, I have to like actually find the method. I don't like that. I don't like that. That's not nice. Let's see something. Output overflow print less text. Precisely why I don't want to look through this thing. So this is... Can I get like a JSON, what's it called? JSON, format. JSON viewer. Just so I can like auto format this, because I cannot read what any of this is. But this is kind of why I didn't want to look through this. Random online JSON viewer, go. There we go, I can auto format it. Let's go. This is so bad. It's so terrible, but you get the point. Essentially, every single, it's an array of all of these, right? An array of all of these where it's name and then the args, which is useful to have. This is, oh, it's just a default value. It's not the type. It doesn't care about the type. It just cares about the default value. Oh wait, no, it's ancient strict. What? What is this? I'm trying to understand. Maybe if I go to a one that makes sense, like one of the ones that I made. These are all default methods. That's the problem. Can I find roll? Wait, roll isn't even in here. Oh, I didn't even get to print out roll. Because there's so many like default methods. I can't find my own methods. Unfortunate. Let's just see how big it is. I'm curious how many like methods there are in here. 223 methods. So let's print out value 222. What's in value 222? I'm curious. Is it actually one of my methods, or is it like not one of my methods? I'm guessing my methods are last and based in the tree. Run game stat. Right, that's the method that I made, but it's one that doesn't have args. Okay. Okay. That's all the way at the bottom, yeah. So let's find one like recycle die. This is 222, 21, 20. Oh, let's do 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 14. Let's go to 14. Do 14. 2, 14. Okay, that's like terrible. So it's recycle dice. The args are name, die. Wait. Oh, it's a list of args. Oh, the args are dictionaries too. What? Are we serious? The args are also dictionaries? Oh, that's a yikers. That is a yikers. Okay then. Okay, I see how it is. I see how it is. I see how it is. I understand how it is. Okay. Name result. So type, okay. So the type is the type int, which just goes to the enum. Very cool. My issue, right? My issue is this is a very annoying thing to work with, right? I can iterate through this array. I would iterate backside to front side because, like, come on, why would I do it the other way? The other way has all the default functions, so yeah. Because I need to do type validation, and that's yeah, type validation is gonna suck. I can't do type validation if I don't have the types of the args. Why does object only have really? It has almost exactly what I need, right? Like I can see, does it have this method? But then if I want to see the, like I can get the method argument count, which just returns the number of arguments. That's it. I need to know what args there are. I need to know what the args demand of me. Give me the data. Let's just get property list. Here's the object's property list. Oh boy. Oh boy. Alright, check what Uggs a callable has. I mean, my other option, right? My other option is to cleanse types in the method and only use variants. Could work, but could be bad because I kind of want to make a unified system. It doesn't require you to handle types yourself when you can handle them. I mean, don't mind the spinny sound. This is just a fidget thing. It's not even a fidget thing. This is like an actual tool, but it's just like good to fidget with it. Funny ratchet screwdriver, very fun to fidget with. This is very exhausting. You know, today was actually is a very exhausting day because it's like I am tackling an actual like data problem. It's not funsy fun time coding happiness time. It's like actual pain, shoot me in the skull type of suffering, which is not very easy. Not very easy. Not the brain power. Not a brain power I don't have. Not a brain power I don't want to employ. I just can't think of a solution, you know? Because let's think about it this way, right? I want to get the argument types, right? So that if there's an issue, I can propagate the call somewhere else and do something else with it. I'm just like mentally paused right now. I don't know how to handle this. I don't know how to handle this. I'm just trying to make sense of everything right now. Like, I don't want the solution to be variant spam. Like, I don't like using variants. I like having type safety, but like at some point I have to like decide where I'm gonna start testing my type safety. And I'd like to use the same validate command for both self-implemented JSON functions and the function.gd functions. That's kinda what I'd like to do. So what to do, right? What to do, what to do, what to do. I think there is only one way, which is going through the array to then find the args list and then going through every single arg, going to the dictionary, which I can actually use data.fetch data off of, which is kind of hilarious that I can do that, but you know. I'm not sure, right? Because in the theoretical perspective, this is a good way of type safety, but Also an issue that I thought in my head, right, is that whenever I'm doing these function calls, right, what happens if hit is actually an array of dictionaries, right? What if I'm actually looking for an array with iterating through dictionaries? What happens then? Right? Right, hit has a list of args. What is to happen when one of those args is meant to be a dictionary and we in fact get a dictionary? I mean, in the case of hit, it runs callable anyways. But like, let's talk about burn, right? Like burn, set stack. What if set stack is actually looking for one arg, which is a dictionary? What are we to do, right? Because sometimes you do want a dictionary. Sometimes you want to get the dictionary and then manipulate the dictionary. We have a lot of instances of that. So what do we do here? Also, why is my formatting like getting worse and worse every single time I look at this thing? There we go, fixed it. My debate here is something which is like, if set stack is looking for a dictionary, if I want this to be dictionary of these values, I have to just say is dictionary true, or just have some other random garbage data, and with that garbage data, like if I have to edit it, I will just ignore like is dictionary, or I just say like empty, this is just a garbage data value. Garbage data, please ignore, right? Can I do no? I cannot do a no key. I have to do it is JSON, so this have to be a string key. But I can just have a garbage data thing here, and I can just scrub the garbage data, ignore keys, where that is where the value of the key is this underscore, right? We can do that. That would be rather useful, because now I have to worry about that. And I can check for the dictionary first, if it's dictionary of size 1, right? I think so. I think if there's a type mismatch, we do break. Let's see. My brain is like really fried. I will say, this is a very exhausting stream. I'm gonna be like so dead after this stream because of the amount of brain power that's like firing off in my neuron system. Okay, so here's how we're gonna handle this, right? Functions, we're gonna go here. All we're gonna do is we're gonna go here, has method name, and then we're just gonna say, we're just gonna print this. We're gonna print, does it have the method name? Does it? Cool. And then we're gonna print call. What is call thread safe? Oh wait, this is a thing that exists. Oh, it's just like thread safety. I don't know how to work with that, so So the first two should succeed. The third one will not succeed. The local function parameter name is shadowing an already declared property in the base class node. Oh. That's a problem, I think. Is it? I don't know. We'll deal with that later. Actually, probably not. Function. This still doesn't get angry at me. Is it still angry at me? No. Cool. If we go to game manager, we go here. So this would fail, and then if I do roll, and then I do the value 5 as a string, see how that looks. Will it be break? Will it break? Yes. Obviously, yes. Oh, wait. Can I convert argument 2 from array to int? Oh, okay, you call v, don't I? Yes. Okay. So, can I convert from string to int? Yep, as is to be expected. So what was being printed? Where do these nulls come from? Oh, it's just printing the result. So 1, okay, should probably just return the value of this. Let's see how that goes. I mean, the project still runs, which is good. So 413 safe fail. And then when it fails with incorrect args, it throws the error. It doesn't actually like break it down. It just returns null, which is interesting. So if you give incorrect args, does it really just return fail? No. That can be issue. That can become a very big issue, though. That's the problem. Again, we need to find out the arrays, the array of arguments. So, yeah, this is still so problematic. I still don't know how I'm gonna find the solution, because, yeah, at the end of the day, the issue still remains this exact same as it did before. The exact same issue of I have to go find the object in the list in a giant array with the correct name, and then after all of that, I am then required to go and look into the args array, and then in the args array, I have to find the argument list of objects, which are each object in arg, and then find the type, and then print out the type. Right? There's a lot of type stuff going on. I mean, all that is said and done, right? After all of this is said and done, I just kind of build, because like the issue, like, the issue is just multifold, because it's more just like that I have to like search through an array to find the callable, and that's like event stuff, which is like very annoying. Like that can actually, and it's like really bad in this case because it's also looking through all of the method calls from functions that are not my own making, which is like the biggest thing, which is why I kind of need to patch this, because if this is the only way to patch it, like, I'm like really not happy about that. I wish there was a better way. I wish there was a better way to do this, but I don't know the better way. I wish you could just get, if you do a, I wish there was a get method. I wish there was a built-in get method. And when you get that method, it would give you all the data. Unless it's a get meta. Like, what is this? But this is not anything to do with methods, right? This is object metadata. Yeah, this is completely different. Argument method count is useful, but it's just not enough. And it's very evident that, like, if you can do get method count, you can easily just give me one method. Why can I not get one method? I wish it wasn't like this. I wish it wasn't an array that I had to sift through just to find the one value I need. It is rather annoying. It is rather annoying. Oh yeah. I'm trying my best here. I'm trying my best here. Well, this is just like the is keyword. It's connected. Oh, you can actually do like a set thingy. That's cool. You can set properties. What if I did get property list? Let me see what happens if I print get property list. Are we having issues? What? Good. Why did this break? What happened here, huh? Why did this break all of a sudden? What? Oh, because that broke. Okay, that's cool, cool. Fine, I guess. So here's the property list. Does it include the other properties, which would be like the enum here, which is well, I guess the enum doesn't have a name. But then it should just turn into a list of string name functions.gd. Okay. Let me turn this into another JSON thingy here because I don't know what I'm reading right now. Yeah, this doesn't have... Interesting. Okay. Okay, well it is a base node, so it does make sense that there's a bunch of garbage data in here. So I probably need to do a get method thing. I probably do need to make a get method. Well, there is a get property. Why doesn't this exist for methods? I wish that also existed with get methods. Unless that does exist, I just don't know where it is. But it does not seem to be the case. I just see set and stuff. I just see get. Get only exists for properties, which is not what I need. I need specifically method get. But it does not seem to exist. Which is very annoying. Also, hello everyone who recently joined in. I am confused. as is something that, the tale is old as time is the term that I was trying to find. Get method, because it doesn't exist. So if it doesn't have the name, if we don't have this method, then we just return. And it should be a dictionary. Otherwise, at that point, we are then going to have to do data is going to be equal to get method list, and then we are just going to have to do, can we invert? How does reverse work? Is this like a fast reverse, or is it just like a slow one? I don't know. I do data.reverse, and then for I in data.size. And then, so how this is going to work is data is an array of dictionaries. So then what we can do is we can actually just use our data tree system, and we can actually just look in the data tree, right? So we can just look, we can basically treat every single element as a data tree, as we do with our JSON system, which is a very nice part about our JSON system, is it's adaptable for this, precisely. And we just go in here, and then we just check, is the name equal to this? And if it is, then we return. So, although we can actually just look at for each I, or it's more like each dictionary in data size. And then we just do if dictionary name is equal to function name. If this is the case, then return dictionary. And if we get through this whole thing, then we just return nothing. Very cool, very simple. Yeah, and we just do it in reverse order. So, yeah. And if the dictionary is empty, then we just skip out. So now if we go to call J, we can just go, the benefit of this is now we can get args, right? So now we can get arg type. So, oh, that's an issue. So when we get the arg type, I guess we're gonna have to validate in this method, right? We can do that. So then we now just get function get arg type array, and it's gonna be for function, or we can just call it. I don't know if method works. Maybe method is like the better way to call it, because that's like kind of the universal, I think, with call. It does use the term method, so I'll probably just change it to that. Yeah, it's fine, even though the naming convention is very mix and matchy, which is very funny. So with get arg type, we are going to return an array of integers, an array of ints, and then what's going to happen here is in that method array, right, we can now search through it as we would search through anything else. We're going to go here, we're going to go into the args key, we're going to get its value, it's going to be this array. And for each object here, we're going to go to each object and get the type. Type will then translate to a specific enum, which I don't think it's in here, but there is a type of enum. Let's see. Type of. I'm not seeing it here, but there's a type of enum which you can then use. And let's see, if I go type of here, this enum here, variant.type, I just have to look up if this matches, if there's a match here. If there is no match, then we're gonna have an issue. The big thing is gonna be then looking for type of dictionary. Actually, hold on. I have to answer a call real quick. Please give me one moment. I'm really sorry. Really sorry about that. I had to close the door. Now that was literally all I was called for, was closing the door. Very important duties over here, closing doors. How wonderful. We're supposed to be opening doors, and yet here we are closing doors for people. So sad. Anyways, okay, so getting the arg type of the array, we are basically just gonna go take this dictionary, and we can probably safely assume that it's gonna be in this correct format. If it's not, then we have an issue. But we do have to make sure that the args array isn't empty. So we're just gonna go in here, we're gonna get the key value here. So we're gonna get args list, we don't really need our data tree system in this case, args_list, because we already have an assurance of our data type. So args_list is going to be equal to method. The args array is going to be equal to method, and then the key is going to be args here, and then for each arg in args array, we are now going to also, we should make the type array, which is just going to be equal to an empty array at first. And this is going to be like that. And then we'll just return the type array at the end. So what we're going to do for each arg in the array, we're going to get this data type here. And essentially, we're just going to go in here, and then we're going to look for the type value here. So we're just going to go arg, and then type. And we're just gonna go type R dot push back arg type, just like so, and we should get every single type that we need. So every single type will then be there. Why are we angry here? How did this happen? I don't know why that broke. What broke here? I don't know what's happening. Like, when did this issue come up? Hello? I don't understand. When did this issue come up? It was on 9/16. Oh, it's each dictionary and data that size. What am I doing here? There we go. Oh, this needs to be args. There we go. And I forgot to call these vars. What am I doing? Very sloppy code. Okay. I keep on forgetting I need to like name. I need to make it names. There we go. That's fixed. That's fixed. Don't mind my silly coding. My silly coding is silly, and we should criticize that. Maybe. I don't know. Cool. Okay, so for each arg, we get the arg, and then we throw it in here. Now what we can do is back over here. We're gonna do return null here, because what we're gonna do first is we're gonna do var method data is going to be equal to get method string method if method data is not empty, then we can now var args. So we're gonna make the var method args here, which is just going to be an array int, but this var, so then now, oh, I did a bit of oopsie there, there you go. So now we do method args is going to be equal to get arg type array from method data. And now when we have method args set, we can now do our validate chain. Now the validate chain is kind of what we were doing here with this dot get, and then we status inflict, and then in this status inflict we did the validate here. I mean, like, honestly, I could just have the validate in here. I could just do that instead of doing this whole system. That might be smarter. Is it? I don't know. I could see it being smarter, but the problem is that, like, I have to figure out what types these are. Well, again, it's very easy to figure out what types they are. But I do like not having to define these in here, right? It is kind of nice to not have to define things in here. Although I guess I can actually make a default value, which is useful. Let me like make the validate first, and then we can decide, do I need this? Because maybe if I delete this, it saves me on data, but then like, I then, for every single function here, have to make the validate command. Otherwise, you are prone to issues. I mean, you don't need it. It then means it can absolve me of needing the validate command. Right? I don't need the validate command anymore. I mean, I don't need to specify in every single method, which is kind of like the thing. It was like, I was like, hey, this would be more efficient if I didn't have to put validate on everything. Because what about, like, for example, the min function, right? The generic Godot min function doesn't have a validate system. If I give it a string, it implodes. I mean, I can always do safecast and hope that the person making the JSON uses the correct types. That's probably the better way to do this. I think that maybe is. I'm going to save all of this, because I think this is a useful food for thought. I'm just going to shove this in my private server if I ever want to post about it later. This code here, right? On a theoretical basis, this could be pretty useful. But my idea is that if you just validate per the method, right? The method controls its own validation scheme. Probably smarter. That is my hypothesis here. Is that it would be smarter if one were to also, what is this? Oh, this hasn't been used yet. Has it not? Oh, I guess it hasn't. So my statement here is that this code here, pretty good code. I think this is actually like useful code for like if you want to get the arg types. But I'm just gonna let each of these validate themselves. Every single array here. The only issue is stuff. Okay, well I would just like not do a type infer here, and then see what issues that causes. But each function will be responsible for its own validation if it wishes to. That's how we're gonna play this game. And besides that, we are just going to say adios, goodbye to these, because we don't need them anymore. We're gonna get rid of it. We're gonna actually redo this now. So let's actually like figure this out now. Let's make the validate function first. And validate is just going to take the arg and then the type, which is going to be an int. And now invariant, and then this is going to return. It's going to return whatever the type of the arg is, so it's going to return some variant. So we're going to first check if arg is dictionary and dictionary arg dot size is specifically 1. That is the case that it is a method call. In that case, we're going to do exactly what we do here, right? So the string key, var key is going to equal arg.keys, and then getting that single element, and then we will return validate. We're going to run a recursive call here, validating, and we are going to validate call j, and we are going to call the key and then arg key for the type that we have defined. Otherwise, if the arg is of the correct type, then we return the arg, and otherwise we will return null. Not no, return null. There we go. That is the entire validate system. Oh wait, we have to do type of arg is equal to type. There we go. And that is validate. This is the validation system. Very, very simple, very, very nice and soft and warm. I don't know. Maybe not soft and warm, but maybe it can be soft and warm. So now we go back here, and now we can just do, we just have to make sure the thing exists. So if method has method else We're just gonna return null for now. For now, we're not gonna worry about that. And then we're just gonna return some variant, which is gonna be otherwise. If the method does exist, we are going to first validate everything. Oh, we have to do like a mass validate for every single arg. So array validate is probably a way thing we're gonna have to do. Array validate is basically just gonna say for this array of args, arg validate. So function array validate. Oh, that can be very bad, right? So, okay. We just need to make sure that our method size is the same. Yeah, there's a lot of issues with stuff about like defaults and all that. I guess if the arg doesn't exist, then we're just gonna like pass in a null value. And if it's okay with that, then okay. Well, anyways, oh no, validate is by the thing anyway, so we don't care. But if there's a size mismatch, which is actually a question, what happens if it doesn't need? If we give it too many array, if we give it too many args, I think it would. Hold on, let me question the database. I need to. Greatest function ever. Greatest function ever. This does so much. If it has a method, return null. Otherwise, return null. Like, just like, come on. Is that not awesome? Is this just not awesome? Greatest code ever made by anyone in the world. Okay. You know, I was kind of cool. I was kind of looking good at my coding when I got validate done. But now I just did this, and like all of the cool points from creating this just went down the drain. I have to test a couple of things. So if I do roll 5, 10, 5, does it hate me for that? Is it gonna kill me? Is it gonna put me on a pike? Is it gonna kill me for this? Let me just do regular call for this. Let me just like see what happens. Like, I have to actually also see functions dot get method argument count for roll. And then what's one that has a default, right? Because that's the problem. With defaults, how do I handle things that have defaults, right? Like remove speed dice. Well, let's find one that has a regular arg and then a default arg, because that's important. Because I want to like, be able to like, short arg something, and then it should be fine. Yeah, there's a couple of things I wish that Godot would change about their about some of the pre-built methods. Some of them I wish could change. Oh, actually, yeah, roll should be printing like 1 or 2. How many does it print? That's a good question. Like this is like roll is a perfect example. Let's see. Oh, because now we're not using the array anymore, right? It is angry if you over-arg it. But it also says argument count is 1. That is a problem. That is a huge problem. Because if there are default args, how is one to know when you overload it? I think I just have to let issues happen. If you over-arg something, then you're just gonna have to take the error. Because I don't see any other way of circumventing this. I think safeguarding this now is not an issue for today, me. Like, honestly, it isn't. Because I think at the end of the day, if there's an issue with your coding system, it's like better just to let the game crash and let you know for now, like until I figure out a better way to handle this, right? So over-arguing will cause errors. That sucks, but we'll work with it. We will figure out issues later. So we're just going to assume arg's amount is correct. We are checking to make sure that the has method does exist, because this is important. This is necessary for the functionality. Because if the method doesn't exist, then that means it has to be a non-pre-built method, which is in the JSON file, and we're going to have to look into the JSON file to get the data that we want. So, now, if method has JSON method, then we are going to return, we are going to call the method, or we're going to call the method with the args. Very simply, that is all we're going to do. And if there is a type mismatch, we're just going to deal with it for now. Validate is important though, because validate is ensuring that if we have a nesting, then we can resolve it. That is very important, very critical to everything here. I'm debating. Actually, yeah, I actually want to change how validate works, right? Validate is good. Validate will be overall cool, but let's actually change this, and let's not do validate yet. We are going to do nested arg. Nested arg is just going to return. This is all it's going to do. If the arg is a method call, then we are going to method call. Otherwise, we're just going to return the arg, whatever it may be. If it's a failure, then blah 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 blah, whatever. Womp womp. This is good, actually. This is very good, because I can do a ton of nesting calls, and this works with everything else. Now, what we're going to do here is we're going to do so before we check if it's a method, we are going to do, for each arg, we are going to do nested arg. So, for arg in args, let's see. The args. Which I doubted. I don't know. So for each arg, we are just going to do is nested. We're going to do the is nested arg operation, right? Can we do like arg equals is nested arg? Can we do that? I don't know if that works. I don't know. Does that for each work? I don't think that does. Let's see. Let's actually do something real quick. So we're going to do an array. Var array is going to be equal to 1, 2, 3, 4. And we're going to do for a in a plus equals 1. And then we are going to print the array. I don't think this works though. That's the thing. Like, I don't think this works. I've actually never tested it, so we're gonna test it right now. It doesn't work as I anticipated, because they're not objects; they're primitives. But if I do for I in r.size, and then I do ri plus equals 1, it should work. Yeah. Yeah. Cool. For eaches kind of suck. I love for eaches, but sometimes the for eaches just doesn't work. Like, they're good, but like, sometimes they just like don't do what you want them to do. So, we are very simply just going to make sure everything is not nested. We're going to solve the nesting, and then we're going to run the call. This works so nicely, actually. This is nice. This is very, very nice. So, let's try and do something, right? Let's do a call J. So let us print functions dot call J roll and then the array is going to be just 5 for now, right? And you'll print out 2, right? But what if in here we have an object which is ooh, hold on. Oh yeah, right. So then the object is going to be called role, and it is going to be an array with value 5. Does this work? It seems to be working. What happens if I do roll 100, right? And let's do for I in range 100, right? And we should get like a trend to lower digits. Maybe. I don't know if this is actually working as I expected to, because let's do roll I, because I'm trying to do like roll from a value from 0, I, the base is I, so then as I increases, so the first one should always be 0 guaranteed, because it has to roll like a 1d0. Let's see. So it goes 0, 1, 1, 2, 3, 6. So this does seem to be working, because now you go, as you go higher, you have a higher chance of hitting higher numbers. Early on, you're always on low. So yes, chain calls work now. Chain calls work. I don't know if Godot lets you do chain calling natively. I don't know if this is possible. So I actually made this possible. This works. I can do this now. I can do function call roll, and it calls roll again from 0 to I. The problem with roll is it has a randomized value. So it's like, I don't know what's actually being printed. Or if I do 0, or I can do 0 base, right? I can do 0 base here. If I do 0, and then, so then it will always print the value of the base. Oh, it crashed. What? Oh. Cannot convert argument 2 from array to int. I broke something, didn't I? So the argument is 0, and then the array. Why is it an array here? Okay, so it is supposed to be, the arg here is supposed to be the object role, which prints from 0 to 0. Okay, this should work. This should work. There we go. Look at that. So 0, 1, 2, and it just counts up. This is a count function, where it is counting by rolling from a 1d0 plus a base of a rolled value of 1d0 plus a base. You're basically rolling a 1d0 plus 1d0 plus an I, where I is range 0 to 99. Is in the range of 0 to 99. That is so funny. That is so peak. It's just because I couldn't like validate that this was gonna work out. So this works. Command chains function. Now another thing I can do too is I can double up, right? I can do a 2 rolls. I can do a 1d base plus the base, and let's see what it spawns. So you'll see early on, it will be like 0, right? That's like the high, like you can only get 0. It's a 1d0 plus 0. Now it's a 1d1 plus 1, guaranteed to be 2. 1d2 plus 2, 1d3 plus 3. So that was actually min roll. And as it goes up, it increases, and you can see that chain roll. The chain roll works! It works! This is almost a min value, by the way. That is good. That is I don't even know. This is gonna be like the worst screenshot ever. It's just a line, which is just some very interesting code. Okay. So this is great. This is awesome. Dude, it feels so good. Like, unironically, this feels so good. This syntax is so disgusting looking, but it feels so good. So you print college. I'm just gonna spread this out so it's a bit easier to like interpret it, right? Here we go. This looks like so bad, but I'm just like really making it like very interpretable. Please excuse the terrible, the terrible appearance of this thing. Okay, well now it's a bit too big. But you get the point, right? Like, that's essentially what I'm doing. So, that's essentially what I'm doing here. And then if I want to collapse it a bit more, right, I can collapse this a tiny bit more. Where this is a block of code here. And then like that collapse there. And then here, I don't know what I do here. I do something here, I guess. So my function call is roll, and it has the following args. The args are going to be that, I don't know, does it get an error for that? I don't think so. I'm fine. Like, that's essentially what I'm doing. Like, this is like how I would format my args with like the very well collapsed arg system. Like, this is essentially what I'm doing. Like, look at that. That's like just what I'm doing. That now works, and that should still print out the same thing that it already does. Dude, this looks so good. Like, I love this. Collapse, like this, like arg, this arg pass along nesting args. The term args as a word sounds very nice and very, I don't know. I don't know. Like, this works though. This works. It works. It's awesome. It's awesome. So we made big progress, and we still have about an hour left in the stream, I think. An hour 15 left in the stream. I like to do about 4-hour workday streams. Like, this is awesome, though. This works. This works. Okay. This is good. This is very good. I really enjoy this. So, yippee! Right? Yippee indeed. Very yippee. Now, next up is now making these functions. So, what all of this stuff in functions has been so far has kind of just been me coding whatever gets things to work. Right? And some of this is useful data to have, and will be useful when I make the game, and when people want to modify the game and make their own adjustments to the game. But at a baseline level, I mean, yeah, this is essentially just cool stuff. Like, I can make a roll die which does this max 1 to roll value. I can make this command. Now let's actually try to make the roll max command, right? Now, I don't actually have a good way to do datatree.fetch yet. We're gonna get to that. But on a theoretical perspective, right? I can make a function where I run the command. I'm basically gonna run call j max. Like, this is what it's gonna be. It's gonna be max, assuming I don't have like the unit and stuff. Like, the unit hasn't been used yet, and like the die, we're just gonna assume like it's gonna be die dictionary. Let's go with this. If I wanted to make a function, like if I wanted to do call j max, I would do call j max and then the array where oh yeah, okay. So if I wanted to do max with like a bait, okay, I'm actually saying nonsense right now. But this is possible if I have the way to get this dictionary. I don't have a way to get the dictionary yet. But when I do, you'll actually need a roll dice method, a roll die method. You can make it yourself is the goal. You can make your own method roll die value. That is the goal. That is the objective, right? Recycle die. I could make this, right? I would just have to make a variable, and I could make a variable, temp variable stuff. Have a variable that I call on later. The only issue is like, how do I do that? How do I keep permanent data across multiple method calls? That's a different question, right? And I think it's going to be called, it's going to be the sequence command, right? There's going to be a function called sequence. And function sequence would have a data dictionary, and you would make a variable data bits in there that you can call upon later with future calls. That is another issue. There isn't a way right now to do inferred arguments. Inferred arguments don't exist yet. That is an issue. That is an issue that I now have to solve. So I solved a very big problem here with call J. The issue originally was that I would have to make a giant match switch case system for every single command I wanted to use. I would have to put it into the match. That would be tremendously painstaking and also hundreds and hundreds of lines of worthless code. So I don't have that anymore. But now I don't have control of my args anymore. If there is a arg system that needs to be like, if there is like inferred args, I don't have a means of getting inferred args as of yet. Sequence? I'm trying to decide how sequence would work. So if you don't understand what I'm trying to say, essentially the idea is I have a command called function sequence, and it basically what's going to happen in here is in function sequence, it's just going to go through an args list, and it's going to have an args list of more functions of like all these methods calls. So it's just, we're going to go like for method in args, and it's just going to go in for each method in here, it's going to actually do the call J for that M, and then whatever args are attributed to that in that args method. Probably more like a dictionary. But, well, actually, yeah, it kind of is just it's an array of dictionaries. Yeah, it's an array of dictionaries where the dictionary has one value, which is, well, actually, what it would do is for M and args, which is going to be a dictionary. For each M in args, we are just going to run is nested arg for M, and it will automatically do the call. The issue is return values. That can be kind of hard to work with. So sequence would return whatever comes out of this. That's the issue, right? Sequence as a function is going to be very, very important. Okay? So if I go in here and I make a function sequence, and it is going to be called an args array, and that's all sequence has, and it's going to return it's probably going to return something later. But basically, you're going to do for method in args, and you're going to just do is nested arg for the method. And the concept behind this is very simple. Sequence, by the way, what sequence is like a hit command. Hit is a sequence. It is a sequence of method calls where, in this case, there is a single method call, which is a deal stagger 2. Now, what sequence is going to have to do is it is just going to run every single method independently and then take its returns. But then what does it do with the returns is the next question, right? Because the next question is, what do we do with returns? That is a big big issue. And I'm getting exhausted talking about it, but this is a serious issue we do need to consider. So, what the issue is, right, is, what happens if we have a method call which is called, set var, right? And set var is gonna do this. Name is X, value is 10. That is an interesting question. My idea is that sequence would store that value, right? But what happens if we want to get that variable? When we do is nested R and we do this call here, we're gonna go outside bounds. Now I'm thinking is sequence actually directly alters something here, which would be a dictionary, which is called references. Now what references is references is a data tree of values to be used later. And this is how we're going to keep data flowing, right? And all the set var command is going to do is set var is going to add something to reference. That's all it's going to do. It's just going to be a direction. It's just going to be a dictionary manipulation, but it's going to be a common public dictionary that everyone can use. And that's how we're going to manage this. The only issue is cleanup, right? And I think this is what we're going to do is we're going to have a temp variables, because like I think the idea is that any arg created by, and I think what actually would happen is set var would return the name of the reference, and sequence would have to hold, is going to hold a list of returns. It will hold the list of returns and then start to work with them, right? And then with sequence, it is going to store this, and then it is going to go and it is going to say, okay, we have a bunch of these values. Let's go into references, or just references is cleared at the end of every sequence run. That's another option too. I think references is just wiped after every single sequence call. But then what happens if there's nested sequence call? That's a good question. Like a nested sequence call, I don't know. I'm guessing we're just gonna have to assume that like references does not have the value. That can be. There's a lot of logic issues here that, like nested sequence. How do you know? Maybe references then starts to use a tree dynamic where like the depth in dictionary in this references is based on your depth in the sequence chain. But oh boy, would that be so difficult to manage. Like genuinely, there's some big questions here on how I do this data manipulation that I don't know how to answer. I think like anyone with like actual intelligence would be able to understand this problem and solve it, but I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just making nonsense and I'm saying words that don't mean anything. That is kind of the predicament. And my voice is getting tired because honestly, compared to other streams, I've been talking a lot because a lot of today has been theory stuff, right? And maybe it's like every week is going to be like this. Like the first, I don't want to make it a trend. The first day of every week might end up being like the topic of the week. What are we trying to solve? And today and this week, days 8 through 14, you're trying to solve what am I even doing with this JSON system, right? How do I do all of this data manipulation? And hold on, my voice is like tired and I need to like really process what I'm trying to say right now. Probably audibly hear me exhale because I'm really constant speaking after a while really gets your nerves. I'm not one who talks too often. I do talk a lot, but I don't talk like really often. Like I have limits to my yap. My yap has limits, and unfortunately I'm kind of at that limit right now. But I like to go for 4 hours because it really gets me coding and it really gets me achieving something. Today we've achieved something huge, right? We've learned a lot of doc reading. Not a lot of stuff to post to the post, but because it's not a lot of visual stuff this week, we're just doing very mathematical, very functional, computational things. Now, give me a moment to like rest my mouth. I'm trying to find it. I found it. So, for those who were here last week, here's a little thing. Right, here's a little talking point. Kill the dagger here. We also had the condition system. Now, it was the same issue of whatever if else is here, like it was like equals true, kind of a weird system. Which this is another thing too. If like, there's gonna be a Boolean function too that I'm gonna have to make sure everything works out. Yeah. I'm realizing the scope. Every once in a while, when I'm just thinking about how the system will work out, I all of a sudden get a major like thought bubble of like, gosh, I'm realizing the scope of this project and what this project must accommodate for. It's really fun though, because I'm making a system that should, at the end of it all, be super robust. Anyone would be able to make any TTRPG style automated system with. I don't even know how you would make actual D&D in here. I think, honestly, I don't know. I think regular D&D probably has automated tools already. I don't know how they're structured though. But this system, like, you could theoretically make an automated D&D, actual legitimate D&D system with it. That'd be pretty cool. That'd be pretty cool. Exhaustion. Brain is thinking though. Brain thinks. Brain is trying to understand. Right? How do I do this? How do I make this work? And so, the reason I was trying to show this, right? What was I trying to do by showing you this? My point here was more to show off, something. What was it? Like, there was like this to this command, which was like, I didn't understand what I was trying to make here. I didn't understand this to this, and it has stamina 9 to 10, like whatever that means. Like, this is a very, very, very incomprehensible AUG system, but we get the point. There's gonna be a couple concessions one has to make in this system, unfortunately. Well, that's the fun of it! Okay. Yeah. Oh, that's a good point. I just thought of a good point. I don't know if I can put it into words, because like the words I have in my head, but I don't want to say them because it's like really complicated. Essentially, I was spontaneously thinking about the concept of like how I do these is-nested tests. And part of the issue is like, with this is-nested test, I am assuming that any dictionary worthy of data manipulation has to be bigger than size 1, which is not always true. Right? Like, if I want to make a method that returns a dictionary, I have to ensure the dictionary is not of size 2 or is not of size 1. I can't even make a method that takes a size 1 dictionary and makes it size 2. Because, in the process of giving it the AUG, it's going to try and run a nested check. Not helpful. So, my concept my thought is, and this is important, right? Because like dictionary returns like the basis of like half the system. You have to pass around dictionaries left, right, center. By the way, I should say you don't even need data tree. Like data tree, actually, you could kind of need it up until the point where you have data accumulated. But like, I can actually start to scrub the system of a lot of its foundational elements. I can turn them into JSON elements. Is that not awesome? Long-term project though. I don't know how the efficiency of it would work, but it is a concept. No, this is going to get into how we're going to do visualizations in the future, but that's a different issue. Functions are going to be pretty fun. I do have to work on functions though, because part of the issue with functions is a core issue of folder semantics. I don't really have a way to ensure that you can search for an item without knowing which folder it's in. Can be problematic, can be pretty bad. That being said, I have multiple ways to get around that, I think. There's a lot of thoughts going through my head, in and out, a lot of ways I can code this system up. And I don't really know what I'm doing, but that's the fun of it, you know? I'm gonna like, try and not talk and try and actually code something real quick, but I'm like, there's so much I need to say. There's so much I need to think about. We're at the 3-hour mark though, so 1 more hour of this and I'm free. I don't want to like maybe like I'm like self-enslaving myself to do this project for 4 hours every single stream, but it is nice to have that pacing to make sure things are actually getting done. I'm gonna vibe for a second. Okay, so I'm trying to remember what the issue was. I had a specific issue I wanted to address. Different from the dictionary thing. That's another issue we are going to solve today. Maybe not, but maybe so. So, sequencing, right? Sequence and chaining. Sequence chaining was the issue I had. But where was that issue? Oh, I know what I wanted to show off. I remember now. This was about sequencing. This was about sequencing. Sequencing is very important. Lunge attack. So for those of you, again, what I was going to say about like 30 minutes ago, 20 minutes ago, whatever, how much time ago, something that I talked about in the first stream, day 1, was what am I doing here? What am I making? What am I trying to accomplish? And through all of that, I talked extensively about Planus Rolecall, the system that I originally tried to make this system for. Before I realized it was way too difficult, and I decided that Stars in the City would be a better system to work off of, which is why I'm now Project Moon Lopper coding video games. But I actually play Project Moon games, it's okay. But the point I was trying to show was, you might notice a couple of numbers here. So lunge attack here is using the set variable thing, so set var, but now back then I called it set variable name, and then set for whatever reason. I guess because I had like a change semantic here, and then to target get missing health. Right, this, again, there's a lot of issues with this org structure, right? This org structure has tremendous flaws, but that's a different issue. The little topic here was like, okay, so get var, you can see here for every, and then I had to do a get var, and then interval, so this is a different thing, interval 30, min 0, max 30. That's a different thing. This for every is probably going to be a thing, a method I'm going to make. This is basically saying for every 30% missing health, which is what that X value is, max 3 times, which is max 90%. It would add 1 to Y. And then formula scalar to this, formula scalar would be increased by Y, so up to +3 formula scalar, which back then the decimal value was made a whole value for its sake. Technically, in truth, is like +0.3 on the visual side of things. But of course, what happened, like, so like in this like get variable process, like it's like a real question of like in this sequencing of like before hit sequencing, where I'm storing the value X, storing the value Y, when do I do that erase? I can't just erase after every single function call because like, that this doesn't make you store anything. But if I have to wait till the end of sequence before hit to do all of this, what happens if in this process I do need to make a reference called X, and the idea is that I would have to do this search dynamic where I search for this variable with a pathing. But how do I determine that pathing? How do I determine the path of my descent through the method chain? And I think a sudden thought is actually keeping a stack, maintaining a stack which is called method depth, and essentially on every single call J that I run, right? On every single call J that I run, I create a new depth in the method stack, which is basically method stack is just going to be a giant array of strings, each string correlating to the name of the method. So when I go into the method call here, when I start the call J, I'm going to make the method string, add it to the list, and then at the end I'm going to pop it out because I have finished the method call. When I return, I pop it out. But the problem is I have to do call J, I have to set it to a value and then return it. Yeah. And then when I actually do store X, right? The problem is that if I store X here, hold on. If I store X here with that method path, it's going to do the path of like before hit sequence set variable and then at like before hit value X. But if it's deeper, then that can cause issues. Well, yeah, it is within the scope, right? It is within the scope. The concept, the issue comes down to the concept of scope, right? If I have a variable named X here, and in a deeper scope, like in this toTarget, I need to make a new variable also called X, that should be on a different scope, which is the sequence before hit set variable toTarget scope of then X. That is a separate X scope, which then isn't referenced whenever we call X in the future. It doesn't overlap the old X variable. That is an important thing. Yeah, I'm like really losing my mind right now. Whew. A lot to think about. What I'm trying to say in essence, if you look on screen, in essence, my idea comes down to, let's say we have somewhere in our sequence, right? Let's say this is our sequence, and our sequence is like this. Let's say in our sequence we do a set var, and we're basically doing set var, and X is going to be set to 10. But let's say later we do function thing, and in function thing it does a lot of things in the function thing. And one of the particular things it does in function thing is that it is going to, and maybe this is within the sequence or not within the sequence, we are going to change var x20. Now the curious thing here, right, is that from a coding perspective, this is the same scope. X would be from the set var. But in the scope of this recursive stack-based system, by this point, you are now in the scope of function thing when you're in this param setting. Now that's interesting. So maybe you have to paste it as a var? Is it var? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how to necessarily do this. The issue of scope is going to be a big issue. The concept of variable scope and classifying when that scope needs to change when you edit something is going to be hard. The other solution is just to always have very complex, unoverlappable variable names, but that's annoying as a JSON writer. It means you have to predict a lot more. You don't know what that change is going to bring. Because the biggest thing about the function call chain, the function call chain is never a concrete issue, right? Let's say that you, for some reason, in this function call, decide to run a damage command. It causes a stagger. That stagger causes a deeper new function chain, a new sequence chain. That sequence chain is now going to do a set of things, and maybe that sequence chain is going to deal stamina damage to everyone around. Talking in PLC terms, where reducing your stamina damage can cause an exhaust trigger, which creates a new sequence chain, both the sequence chain of when exhausted for the person exhausted, that target, and the caster who caused exhaustion, there on exhaust, infliction of exhaust, sequence chain. So many sequence chains then play off of each other. What happens is if this sequence sets this X variable, but because of these, maybe there's an on-ally stagger, use automatically lunge attack, which in nature does create and edit the X variable. Deep sequence chains, very hard to solve. The idea of a local sequence chain is a possibility, but that does bring along with it a lot of major issues, right? There's a lot of issues that come with making a sequence chain store temporary variables instead of this global approach. The reason why I use the global approach is it's impossible to keep the value following the stack. That's a hard ask. That is a big ask to do that. So, what am I to do? I'm trying to decide. Because, like, ultimately the solution is just to make more descriptive variable names. But part of the goal here is to make very simple variable names that can be used in the local scope of the sequence. And that's difficult. That's very difficult. I have an idea. I do in fact have a small idea. But to what extent does that idea work? Because what if in this X, what if I wanted to do to target get missing, like set missing health to the value of X in here? Would that be out of scope? Would that be in scope? I don't know. That's a tough question. Very, very tough question. Because it's really hard to know in this chain when the scope changes. I think the best way to show it, honestly, is to just open up Turbo Warp. Let me open up Turbo Warp. And you might ask, why would I open up Scratch to demonstrate this? But the fact of the matter is that every single object here is a method call, but it's also what Scratch would call a block of code, right? Like, am I wrong here, right? Like, let's take the move 10 steps block, the most basic Scratch block. Is that not the same as, in my system, a object which has the name, the key of move steps, and then the value in array where one argument would be the amount of movement, which in this case is the value of 10. Is that not the same thing? This has a specific scope, which is to this block. And the issue is when, in this case, if you have temporary variables, which and that is actually the truth, Scratch doesn't really have temporary scope variables, it only has this global variable system. there is a way to make temp variables, and there is a way to run parameters, but these thread variables in themselves are still global access. And that is the nature of things. But I don't like that. Because what happens, right, when let's say, something triggers on person A1, and A1 creates the variable that corresponds to its stack of something, of 10, but in some chain of staggers, exhausts, kills, flashes, that is all continuous further depth in the chain, we cause that stack in a different person to increase. Even in that case, the two units have separate variables of the same name because it is of the same construct. What if burn on person A creates a stack, a dictionary reference in my reference code here, which is called stack number. And in this long chain of chain reactions, which I am able to accommodate for because that is how the sequence system works, that stack number increases for someone else and it overwrites the value before it's committed. And I think this is where you need some other system, maybe some local store in a unit. I don't know. I don't know. I think a good rule of thumb is that variables should try to contain themselves where their references and where their alterations cannot trigger a new sequence chain, which in itself causes further issues. I think that's kind of a good rule of thumb. I think it is. I think genuinely it's a good rule of thumb. Because in the case of nudge attack, those X and Y variables are mostly fine because no one else can mutate. The problem, of course, is still that we don't know if that nudge attack is safe to mutate. And I don't know where we draw the line. Like, at what point can we attribute these variables to themselves? And I think my answer to that, I think my ultimate answer to everything I've been saying so far for the past 20 or so minutes is that somehow a individual sequence must store its instance. And by storing its instance, references in the dictionary of string, key, variable name, and the value of a variant of the value of the variable of that key string name, that needs to be pinned to an instance value of the specific sequence running. So what does that mean? What does it mean for the sequence to run these values locally? How do we access them, right? Because the idea of this sequence is in a way similar to the concept of an event in Scratch. The sequence of hit, for instance, is this event, or a my block even, where the my block is in itself another sequence. It's a sequence of other commands. The issue is the retention of information is not the same, where these individual blocks do not retain information between themselves except through these variable set common values, but the idea of this whole block maintaining is another issue. And I had the same issue in Scratch, and I'm realizing that in all of this I am making a system which is in its very core very, very synonymous with the structure of Scratch. Like, is this not what I am looking at here? Am I not making essentially Scratch, but different? I think I am. I think I am. So this is a cool concept. I enjoyed this concept. This theory of thought of how do I assemble this code is quite difficult, really. Like, I just don't know how to make it work. But I think I'm getting close. Again, how do I maintain data within an individual sequence when each of its single object method calls cannot refer data between themselves only to set variable, which, as in Scratch, remains in a global scope, unlike, variables within a function scope here, where you can have the variable x in call j, and then if you recursive call j with a new variable x, they cannot overlap. How? How do I do that? I don't have the answer today. I might think about it tomorrow, I might think about it tonight, I might think about it some other day. But it's going to be a very long, difficult question to answer. I do not have the answer. If you have the answer, feel free to let me know or something, I don't know. I'll be figuring it out the best I can. So, let's move forward from that. Alright. Let me check something real quick. Hold on, let me check something real quick. If I export this, I might have found something. Let me think. Oh, it does overflow, get property list. Ooh, hold up. This is in itself important. So, what I just found was the concept of properties, right? Properties is the whole thing. So what happens if I do export? Can I export like functions? No. Maybe to lambdas, but I don't know how lambdas work. Lambdas is a thing I don't actually understand at all, really. I understand them kind of in theory, right? Like a method that you can edit, like you can create methods that edit the value of I don't know. Lambdas are very cool. I just don't really know how they work fully. I have to learn how they work, and I have not really had the chance to really fully grasp how a lambda works. But that's a different topic that I will ascend to maybe some other day. Anyways, what I just realized was that this variable references I could also export as a property. Could I use properties to my advantage? I don't know. As of now, I will say no. But as of the future, I will say yes. Because this will be useful for Game Manager. I will not export flag these yet. But when it comes to methods that edit data, the ability to edit data is very useful when you have a property list to work over. Now, what I think you will see from me in the future is that very soon, a lot of this code that we have written is actually going to vanish. what's gonna end up happening is I'm gonna be able to refer this away to the JSON system. Like, honestly, I think I can do that. I think at some point I don't need to have save dice as a variable dictionary string int. That is going to be a file I can manage and create under a references system. Maybe. It'd be pretty cool. It'd be very, very awesome. And I'm very, very curious as to how I will manage to do that. So, yeah. Awesome, right? Interested? Hope so. I think overall, I am starting to assemble an idea of the scale of this project and what it actually needs. What does Hongyeon need, as my fellow Project Movie fans would say. So, let's now see, what do we do next here? So we do have functions now. We do have the ability of calling functions. Let's actually now put this to test. So sequence right now does work. Let's actually make another thing here. And everything, I'm gonna make this like line here. Anything like before a roll is like actual like important stuff. So function set var. What is set var going to do? Set var will be doing, it will be taking args. It will be taking some args, and it will just be doing, it will be name, string, and then, value. And what we're gonna do is references dot assign, or just, set name and value. That's it. Oh, it doesn't return the old value? Interesting. Oh, you can just use the operator key. This doesn't have a return, right? I think setVal could return the old value though. I think this is safety though. Honestly, variant typing in this case is kind of working out for me. It does actually help. It does help me now. I don't know how this type of coding would work out in other languages, if I'd be able to do this same thing. Well, I just have to have an overloaded method, actually. I would just have to do an overloaded method. But theoretically, it works kind of similar. It would just be kind of tough. So set var. And then get var. Well, actually, I don't even need to do this. I could theoretically do, and that's kind of the interesting thing. I can't do like a get value thing. Can I do like a references.call? Let me check. It doesn't seem so. I have to make a callable. That's kind of part of the issue, right? like, so I was thinking, right, was that like I don't need to make these because I could theoretically make them with the, I could theoretically make like set var get var with a function. I don't know if I can do that though. Like there is something to be said about callables, but I'm not too sure. Right? Like this callable system where I take the dictionary and then I do clear. I don't know what this tween callback thing is though. Let's see, create. Built-in variable because it's a function. So I could probably use callables and construct callables to reference things. This is an idea. I'm starting to come up with a sense of how to create everything. What I should talk about though, let's actually take a moment to think. We must use our collective brains today. What I want to do is I want to actually make a function call. Let's actually make a function. And by that I mean, one of the big things here is this is the stream about JSON based functions. So let's actually make a JSON based function. Okay? And let's see what we can do. So, imagine the rate of everything else. We're going to make, okay, I don't need this. So, let's take a function, right? This is a base function, an empty function. And its name would be whatever it is. So this is going to be test function. And we're going to have the args. Args, we can probably do an array or something. I think this could be useful because this can also be a good way of keeping kind of like the temp variable situation, right? Like with lunge attack, I could make a function with args, and args would be maintaining the values that I need. With a temporary instance system. But the biggest thing is in here, it is going to be when we make this function, it's going to have the sequencing system. Because at the end of the day, every function is just going to be a sequence. Literally. This is what a function is. This is a function. This is a function. Like these are functions. And I can even put functions inside of other functions. Whoa. It's like how the entire system works. But in the same vein, this itself is a function. Everything is a function. Or something. I don't know. Each of these has to be a function that returns a value. It's kind of how I'm coding this up. So that's kind of the fun part about everything here. I'm trying to use my brain for a moment. So when we take, so we need args, but then we also need to have the calling phase, which is going to be called a sequence. Sequence or calls. And our sequence is just going to be every single value we want to run. So, yeah. And then maybe having a return value. Right, so in the sequences, we would store something for a return. Let me think how I'm going to run this. I think what I do is I'd have a specific return block, the return function in itself, which is basically going to say return whatever is in this box. So my idea right now is like so let's say this test function. I'm gonna make this test function actually. It's gonna be roll average. Is what I'm gonna do. Roll advantage maybe. And then the args are going to be the base power and then the power. So it's gonna be args are gonna be int. Maybe not. What do I do for args? Do I just call them like by the name? Yeah, I think I just call them by the name. So that the type inference is gonna be a different issue that I can then validate within the sequence, right? So args are gonna be power and then base, something like that. Or I actually do just make the arg objects kind of in the similar system as the Godot system does it. That's an idea. Functions are really tough to define, is what I'm gonna say. Functions are not easy to define. One must define them really difficultly. So, how do I treat this? How must I treat this system? I also realized that I do need to make arrays convertible in convertible. I don't know. Yeah, I have spontaneous thoughts I'm realizing I need to resolve. So, okay, so here in the args, we have our power and our base. And what we're going to do is we're going to do something pretty simple. I don't know, is there an add function built into Godot? Like, crazy question, right? Is there like an add function? There is not. Like, stuff like basic arithmetic and stuff doesn't exist as a function, which is kind of interesting that we don't have like basic arithmetic as like functions that exist that one can use. Another thing is callables. Yeah, I think I do need to make callables work before I can actually really understand how I'm going to make function JSONs. Like, legitimately, I don't know how these are going to work until I make a function JSON. That's just how it is, right? That's just how it is. I don't know the other solution. So we're going to go here and we're going to save this under functions, and the naming convention can just be whatever you want, I think. Like, I can search for the roll advantage here, but at the end of the day, it's down to the name here, right? The name cast here. I mean, I don't even need the name anymore, in essence. Like, name doesn't matter, because the name is of the file name. So I don't need that. I just need this. the args and the sequence, and then like return. How am I gonna handle return? I do not know. I don't know how I'm gonna handle return. But the concept of a callable, how do I make that work, right? So can I do like, let's see. Can I do callable dot create? And then it would be functions. And then the method is role. And then I can do and I can set hold on. And then I can do c.call, and then I can just call it with the args. But the problem is that only does a call. I can't do a call J. I do need to make callable without create, and then I can do call J's off of it. If I can't call J, that's gonna be tough. I guess I can call off of a callable, but well, anyways, the idea is it does just call functions.roll. This is functions.roll, so I should be fine. And then I just do call v, and then I can do args like 0, like 0, 10. And then I would print 10. Let's see. Does print 10. So, callables. That's going to be our next thing. We are going to make a function which can do callable creation for an object which can be a resource, and then we can get resources. What this is going to do is basically when we do a get property, we are getting an at export, so we can do an at export of a used list, and then run a callable creation to run a command off of it, and then fetch its return value, or just run its process and then it run its call. Yes. This is a solution to a couple of issues. I don't think we'll get it done today, but we can get a good progress. So this is very important. This is very good. Oh boy, I am learning a lot today. I've genuinely learned a lot of things. Today has been a very big learning experience. Like, this has been a big learning experience because I've been realizing so much power that Godot has that Scratch certainly didn't have. Like, imagine if I had to, because originally I was going to code pretty much this system, but for Planus Rolecall, a much more difficult system. In Scratch, imagine I would have to make everything here. Everything I've said, wait, there's a Godot function for that, like callables, like just the call method, all of that I would have had to create from scratch in Scratch, hundreds of hours to do what I can do in one. Ooh, it's crazy how little I've done in like 30 hours of work, because this is just a very difficult project. I've just really never done anything like this. Because firstly, I've coded in Scratch for so long, and secondly, this project is like more computation and like math heavy than anything else. Everything else I just defer to the concept of animations and stuff. Like combat systems where animation is the player is the mainstay of everything, and not this like very diverse, expandable system that has to accommodate for every single thing I'll ever want to do in the future. That thinking is not something that I have ever really done before. Because my game development strategy is just build things up over time and not design something from the ground up and implement it in a very safe and functional fashion that just works. I've really never thought about that type of stuff. I've never ever thought in this manner before. Like, I've really never thought like this before. Never. Like, this is like a completely different part of my brain that I'm using or something. I don't know how that works. But like, this is very different from anything I've done before. I've never done any of this before. It's very interesting. It's very interesting. So we're gonna have the create callable function. Well, not really a create callable function, but a basically call for a property. So prop call. We're gonna call it a prop call. And prop call is gonna have some args. What is prop call's args? Prop call is gonna have the object that we want to get, so the property, and then the method, and then whatever other args that we have, the other args are going to be an array, which is the call vr. Well, not really. So when we do call j for the method prop call, and these are the args, the remaining args is going to have to be an array of things that we are going to refer to, right? Maybe like this. Maybe like that, because what we're doing here is we're saying when we run the prop call function, we do it for the property and then the method, and then the any other args are the args that we are putting into the property.method, right? And essentially what we are doing here. So let us do this. Let us. So what we're essentially going to do here is we're going to make var prop I'm going to make the variable c, var c, which is going to be callable dot create for the property. For we're going to get property, and then the method is going to be we're just going to do just the method string, yeah. And we're going to call it with args. And then that's our return value. This is the entire prop call. This is what prop call is. Like, that is so nice and sweet. Look at that. That's prop call. That's it. It's just, you make the property and then you call it. I mean, theoretically, you can probably just do it like this. Callable dot create the you create the property and you just do that. Now, if so now we have to see has property. I don't know if this say has property. So if we don't have the method and we return, we also need to check if it has the property, right? Is there not a has property? Is there no has property system? Yeah, that was weird. Oh, property does not exist, then yeah. So if the property doesn't exist, or the method doesn't exist, then we return no. Otherwise, we can run this. Awesome. So that's how prop call works. And now, are you ready? Let's do this. We can now print, and we can now do functions dot call j, and we can call the prop call function with the arguments of okay, so the problem is I don't really have anything in here that I can work with. Expert. Temp-R is not an expert at anything. So now we can do this, and then we can get the property, which is temp-R, and then the function, which is going to be size, and then that's it. And we can prop call that. And it prints null. Oh, because this isn't an object. It's calling prop. Wait, no. It's gonna be calling the method prop call with the data here. So property strings, method string. Let's see, is there an issue here? Temp R, size. Okay. But does the property not exist? Oh, we have to do get property, and then we have to actually like, do something with that. Let's see if that works. Okay. What array? Okay, how do we know that array has something though? calls the given callable on each element. That's actually very powerful. Any and all. Interesting, interesting. How do we validate if a callable does exist? Oh, that's like some powerful stuff. There's some powerful stuff in here. This is cool. What? There's some cool stuff in here. Make read only. Map. Oh, that's actually really good. Mapping is interesting there. You can make a map off of a method callable. I did not realize how strong callables are. That is awesome. That is so cool. Like, genuinely, some of the stuff in here is phenomenal. What? How? How does this stuff exist? How have I never understood any of this until now? Binary search by a custom function? What? I don't know. Insane. So I guess we can't really make this too safe, because I can't really check if it has a method. Expected 0 args. Did you not get 0 args? There were 0 args. Why are you angry? Expected 0 arguments. So am I supposed to just call it like that? But like, how do I ensure that if args... Okay, so... That's so weird that it gets grumpy if your args is nothing. Oh, but args is an array, right? So I have to like spit it back out, don't I? Expand it. Oh, I have to do call v, don't I? If I call v, then it should be fixed. Yep, there we go, call v. Issue was I was giving it an array and I didn't know what to do with that. Yep, okay, so call v that. Awesome. Awesome, 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 awesome. But wait, does pop v actually work? Because if args is a fixed args array, and I call the method prop call with, okay, no, but then it should be the array spits back out into this, right? So now let's see if I do, let's do something like, let's do get, and I do get to, which should be 2. Yep. Okay, so setting method doesn't return anything. But that is spectacular. let's like do this. Yeah, that's not gonna look like a very good screenshot. Oh, what? I did not like that. There we go. Man, it's like a pretty terrible screenshot though. Not really screenshot worthy. It's like kind of, honestly with coding, it's kind of hard to like really get anything useful. Anyways, let me show you something. I can now do this. Are you ready? An object where I have role, and role, what is role going to be? Role is going to have a set of parameters of, let's see, 10 and 10. Why not? So let us do for I in range 10, and we are going to constantly mutate the last value of this array. Look at that. Look at that. So let us actually print. Can I print an entire array? How do I print an array? Like, can I get like an array dot like get value dot values? Can I just like get values or something? Count. Oh, count of a value in an array, yeah. If I do duplicate, it will give me the thing. It will return the array, I think. I think duplicate returns the array. That's a good way to get the value. If I do duplicate, let's see. Yep. And now I can roll a value where it will be rolling from 1 to some other value. Okay, so I can't really do arithmetic yet. Unless I can actually do like -1 in here. No, it would actually kill me for that, I think. Actually, if I do -1 here. So if I, okay, you know, value operation, dictionary, okay, yeah, of course, that's not gonna work. Of course it's not gonna work. Oh wait, I can do base -1, and I can roll a 1d size, so it'd be from the value of 1 to the size, and the size, so the dice value would then be an object, which is going to be temp, which is going to be prop call, and prop call is going to call temp r, and it will be doing a set. It will be doing size. Let's see if that works. Oh, it does. Oh, it does. It does work. Oh, boy. That is good. That is so, so cool. So what we are doing here, by the way, what we're trying to do here, essentially, is a very, very cool magic trick. Let me explain it in simple terms, right? So what we are doing here is we are first going for every I in range 10, we are going to print whatever is in the array, which is by doing prop call temp array duplicate, gives us the array values. We then call a prop call to set the temp array to a random number from the value from 1 to the size of -1, and we are going to set it to the roll. Do you see? So what we did here is a magic trick. So look at that. What we are doing here is we are prop calling. We are getting the temporary. So we are getting temporary values, and we are setting a temporary value index rolled from anywhere from 1 to the size -1, so 0 to the size -1, and then setting it to a random roll value of 1d10 plus to 10. Like, look at that. Look at that. Look at that. It works. It works. This is so good. This is so good. It actually functions. I can print out whatever I want. I can do anything. So this is awesome. The callable chain is functional now. We can now create a callable chain of anything we want. Now, there's a couple weird snippets. Like, for example, how do I make a for loop, right? Like, how do I make a for loop in this functional system? That's going to be a fun question we're going to be solving over the next week. I think I will actually just be making these, like, that's probably, like, not as interesting for, like, PM fan base, I imagine. Like, not much of the PM fan base is going to, like, be too interested in watching me code numbers and things, but a lot of the visual stuff, we're done with that. Like, for a week. Like, for the next couple of days, it's going to be this type of stuff. We're basically going to be making very complex data manipulations. And we're going to be refining our data manipulation system so that when we get back to actually making our combat system, like, you know, when we actually get... I don't have a safeguard for that? What? I don't have a safeguard for that? That's funny. So this being a... Ooh, did I break this? I broke this, didn't I? I must have broken this. Dataset, it should be dataset... Huh? Object, dictionary, string... Wait, what? Oh, the args is 0. Why is it args 1? Args... Wait. Huh? Property or key 8... I actually messed something up. Give me a second to figure out what I broke here. Hold on. Wait, we can actually do something really cool. I literally have the source code on hand. We have the GitHub. We have the GitHub. We can see what I broke, because I somehow broke something, right? We can go to game. So another advertisement for my GitHub page. We can go here. We can go and we can go to SotCIE version 1. We can go to globals, functions, and this is that's just the function scene. But then the function.gd, and we can look for display unit in here. Or is this console? This is console. So we need to go to console.gd, and we have to find the display unit command. And this is correct. So why are we having issues? Let's see. Let me disp speed. Let me see in disp speed. Oh, there's no units? Did I break? Wait, I broke something very bad. Oh, hold up. GameStat still exists. What did I break in GameStat? I broke GameStat. Ooh, that's not good. Run GameStat should be fine. What? Oh no, what did I break? I broke something very bad. Oh no. This is very, very dangerous. This is very, very scary. We're over 4 hours? I was supposed to end stream like 11 minutes ago. Hold on, let me fix this first before... before I even dare to push this to GitHub, before I even dare to push this, I must make sure that this works, and I don't know what I broke. I broke something. I know there was some issues because there was like some hanging text. Because the problem is that this happens, right? And I get errors because every time I middle mouse, I create text that shouldn't exist. Hold on, can I get a diff checker real quick? Let me get a diff checker real quick. Diff checker. My beloved diff checker real quick. Hold on. I can compare text with different ones online. Random website that just like I just find and I just like steal from it to use to make sure I can actually check things. So let me go to functions GD. Let me copy all of this. Bop. And then this. We need to figure out what I broke. Ah! What? Why does it look so disgusting? So is this the only change I made? Huh? Huh? What did I break? Wait, what did I break? I broke something. What did I break? Explain. Explain. What did I break? I broke something very, very bad. Actually, this is kind of makeup for like last stream being kind of short, honestly. So I'm fine with this. I'm chill with this. We can stream for a bit longer than normal. We can go for it. I just need to fix this. Oh my goodness, why is there like an AI explain thing here? Can we die? Can we like not do this? Ugh. It's very annoying sometimes trying to use anything on the internet. It's gotten worse and worse over time. Like, what do you mean explain? I don't need someone to explain my diff. Okay, so this was the save dice command. Here is save dice command. Here is all of the things I made to save dice command. Why are the colors so bad? Dude, this thing used to have like good looking colors and it looks awful now. Okay, maybe because it wasn't. Okay, why does the light mode look like heaping oh, even the dark mode oh, why does it look like that? Why does this website look like this? I just want to check what I broke. Oh, I might have broken something in like a game manager. I mean, game manager is probably a good place to check if I broke something. It's the only other place I changed today. I did make extensive changes to this, so let's see if I've actually. Oh, I might know what I've done. I might know what I have done. I might know what I have broken. I just need to make sure it isn't the case. Let's actually see. So. Wait, that's a completely different thing. So I'm looking for. Hold on. This is the game manager. And this is the game manager. Oh. Hello? Are we good? Oh, did I not paste it properly? I guess we have to paste it properly. I did delete functions that run game stat. Oh my goodness. Why did I not check that? I think I know what I did. I didn't know what I did though, and now I do. I'm just trying to make sure that this works. Okay, disputed when I went. Okay, cool. So don't even know what I'm gonna put in the screenshots for tonight. For tonight's like post about what we did today. I don't know what I'm gonna put. It's all functions. They look terrible. There's nothing to think. There's nothing to show off. It's all text. Oh my goodness. Case in point though, like I have a couple screenshots to share. It's just not gonna look impressive. Oh wait, the save dice. To this morning's save dice. That's what I'm gonna show off. Okay. So, in conclusion, never let me code. Never let me code. You should never let me code. Why would you do that? Why did you do that to yourself? Never let me code. And then I can probably, dude, what is going on? What is going on? What am I doing with my life? Okay, and then I just comment this out. So, in conclusion, 4 hours and 16 minutes of streaming. What did we accomplish? save dice in the beginning, and a lot of function call work. A lot of theory, a lot of explanations, but ultimately, we have resolved everything we wanted to resolve. This was a good stream. Thank you for paying attention and listening and watching everything. I hope you enjoyed. I hope you show up for other streams in the future. I am really exhausted. My throat is probably dead. And more so that I'm just like tired from yapping with like whenever I talk like this and like I talk kind of in the commanding yelly voice, which I think you can probably pick up. It gets exhausting to me, but it's really hard to like moderate my tone. I just can't do it. I sometimes, if I'm in a very excited mood, a very explanatory mood, I'm going to start screaming and screeching and yelling at the top of my lungs. And it does actually get kind of cumbersome. So maybe I need to figure out a better way to speak so I can actually speak for a prolonged period of time and not exhaust myself to death. But that is a different issue that I'm not worried about at the current moment, which I probably should be. But anyways, thank you for watching. Thank you for listening. Check out the Godot page. Check out the GitHub page. Mess around with this stuff on your own time. And have a good day. Goodbye.